Yo, what's going guys? So in this video I'm gonna teach you how you can create this full stack AI SaaS application. So as you can see, we have free version and also a paid plan. So you can click on upgrade, but you have to be logged in order to upgrade. Okay, so let's go ahead and create account. This model gonna pop up. We're gonna log in with Google, and as you can see, this is my dashboard. I have one contract, and this is the type of the contract. Also, I have this navigation sidebar. You can go to the results. Do you have nothing yet? We can go to the project settings. This is the name of the project you are in. We can of course create new projects and upload different contracts from each project. So we can go to the settings. Here you can check your name, or check if you have active membership, and also you can delete your account if you want. So let's go to the dashboard first. Let me upload a new contract and show you how this works. So I'm gonna go ahead and upload a new contract. I'm gonna bring it here, and this is the contract. I can go ahead and click on analyze. So it's gonna detect what type of contract is this. So this is the employment type, and I'm gonna go ahead and click yes, analyze. So it's gonna take some time to analyze this contract, and once it's done, it's gonna show us the results of this contract, like what risks are in these opportunities, advantages, salary. So this takes some time for AI to analyze, but if you are on free version, it's going to take not so much. As you can see, now it's done. We can go ahead and click view analysis results. So this is the dashboard. Once you are done, as you can see, this is the summary of this, as you can see. And this is the negotiation points. Let's go inside the risk. So this is the risk. This is the risk that's found in our contract, and opportunities here. Okay, and for the details, this is it. So you can go inside of dashboard, and if you want to see it again, it's inside here. You can click on it. You can either delete it, or you can view the details again. Okay. Also, one interesting thing is we have this Ask AI button. So if you have any questions, you can click on Command G to activate it, or you can just click on this button and you can ask any question about this contract. So let's say hi. As you can see, it's gonna send us a message. As you can see, while I can't answer your question, I can provide you with specific information about the provided employment contract. Is there any questions about the contract? So I can see what this is the follow-up suggestions. So it's gonna suggest us the message. We can ask. Let's add this. So it's saying the contract state the receiving party Jindo may terminate the contract within 30 days. What announces outside the condition. So you can go ahead and ask more questions. Like you can go ahead and ask, what is his lol or hello? The provided contract does not contain information about the employment law. However, the contract summary mentioned that the contract includes job title and responsibility. May need to refer the contract to find more specific information about it. So as you can see, it's gonna just check your contract you uploaded. If there is no information you have provided it, it's gonna answer you with the provided info. Okay, so let's ask this question: how does this contract compare to industry standards? As you can see, it's going to send us this message. The contract provided for employment contract is, so the benefits, the termination conditions, and yeah, so this is what we have. And this is the paid user. That's why you can access to the AI. If you are not paid user, you will have to subscribe to this, and you will have to be able in order to use this. So yeah, so this is what I'm going to be teaching you in this video, and I hope you like it. And also you can go ahead and click a new project for YouTube. Yeah, click this project, create project. And if you go inside of this, as you can see, there's no contract, so you can manage your contract as you want. So I can go back to this one where I have contracts. All right, so I hope you enjoyed this video, and let's go ahead and jump into this. Alright, so let's get started. I'm gonna be setting up our backend server. So to start, I'm just gonna go inside my create my project in the folder, so you can do the same on your machine. So I'm gonna go inside my cd developer, cd yeah, and this is where I'm gonna be creating my project. So I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it contract analysis server, because this is the folder server. Or maybe I can contract analysis and I can put server and the client inside this folder. So I'm going to inside contract analysis, and I'm gonna create folder called make the server. I want to say the server now, and this is where we're gonna initialize our backend server. So I'm gonna do npm init-y to go for the defaults, and now our Node.js is initialized, so you can open it with Visual Studio Code. Okay, so this you have the package.json, and bring back my terminal, and for now I can instance the packages we're gonna be needing, not all of them but some of them. So I'm gonna be installing Express and Mongoose, as well as .env, also calls, and I'm gonna be needing Hermit with Morgan. So this is the packages I'm gonna be needing for now. Let's go ahead and install them, and after this we have to install their types, so we can bring back this, and I'm gonna try to install the types of this. So I'm gonna do --dev, what is this, save-dev, and I'm gonna start TypeScript first. I'm gonna add TypeScript to this TypeScript, and after this I'm gonna let me make this bigger so it's easier for you guys. Okay, and now I'm gonna add types for this Express, and also as well I don't think we need Mongoose already come with their types, so we don't need, and as well for .env there's no need for them, but for calls I'm not sure, so I'm not gonna, if we have any issues I'm gonna install them. So let me just move down. Let me see, also gonna be needing this types for the node, and also I'm gonna inside the node. These are the dev packages, so these are just for development, and also for as well for Nodemon to run our development server. So let's go ahead and start this. Let's see, what did I do wrong? Types Express, yeah, I misspelled this. Let's go back to this and let's make sure it's spelled correctly, and I'm gonna go ahead and start this. So let's go back and see the packages we have. So our dependencies are calls.env, Express, Hermit, Mongoose, and Morgan. Also for the dev dependencies we have Express, Node, and Nodemon TypeScript. Okay, so we're gonna initialize our TypeScript server, because now we're not using TypeScript, and we want to use TypeScript on our both backend and our client. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go to my terminal again. Let me zoom in. I'm gonna go to my terminal again, and I'm gonna do npx --init to initialize the TypeScript. So now we have the TypeScript folder file created for us, and we will have to set up to uncomment some of these. Also for the target, I think this is fine, and for common trace is fine, and we're gonna need for the root directory, I'm gonna uncomment this, so it's gonna be this. So this is where our files will go when we build on our production. And also for the sorry, this is root, this is supposed to be our root file. So sorry, this is for CRC. For the build, it's supposed to be inside the out directory. So let's try for this out there. This is where our builds are gonna go. Yeah, inside the dist. I'm gonna put it inside the dist. Also, let me see what we're gonna need. This Let's see if we have the strict is set. Good. And we're gonna need also the case module. Yeah, we have that. Okay, it's really good for now. We're gonna go all the way on the bottom, and I'm gonna add some more I'm gonna include our CRC directory inside here. So let's just create it for now, and we're gonna include it in our test config. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and let me see. Yeah, this look fine. Yep. Okay, let me go ahead and include I don't know if I'm doing this correct. Include let's see. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna include my SRC directory. What did I do wrong? Yeah, okay, yeah, symbol correct. I'm gonna include my SRC and everything inside it. Alright, so everything inside it, I'm gonna include them. Also I think we can exclude some files like node modules, for example. So we're gonna do exclude node modules. Yeah, so we're gonna skip the type checking for this. Yeah, if we did something wrong, we're gonna notice it, and we can come back and fix it later. No issues at all. Okay, so this is it for now. So if you are new to TypeScript, this configuration will tell TypeScript like how to compile our code, like yeah, for example, for types and stuff like that. This is the file where it's gonna be at. Okay, so now we have to create our main intro file. So inside our SRC folder, we're gonna create a new file. We're gonna call it app.TypeScript, app.ts, and inside this app, this is where the main intro file gonna be at. Okay, so we're gonna start by importing our express, because we're gonna be creating from express. Okay, I'm gonna import my course, and also I'm gonna import the Hermit package we installed here. From Hermit. I'm gonna import. Yeah, seems like we're gonna need types for this one. Yeah, okay, we can do that. We can just go to terminal and install this. So while it's installing, we can go back to our VS Code. Yeah, error is fixed. So also I'm gonna install the import the Morgan package we installed earlier. Yeah, also it seems like we're gonna need types for them. Okay, let's just copy again the code. npmi -save-dev, and I'm gonna install this again. Let's clean up this one. I'm gonna go back here. Seems like error is fixed. Also, it's on top. Let's import .env, import.env from .env, and it's better if we just call it right here, so we don't have any issues later on, for example when we deploy. Okay, I'm gonna make const app equals to express. So I'm gonna use our middlewares. So this is all my middlewares gonna go at. I'll use course. I'm gonna use Hermit and Morgan. This is gonna be dev. This is our logger. For example, if we make any calls to our endpoint, we're gonna see some logs on our terminal. And we can also use npm use app.use express.json. And yeah, this is it for now. So let's now start our server. So I'm gonna make a variable, call it port, and I'm gonna do app.listen to the port. So the server gonna be sent to port. I can put on a let me see, 8080 for our backend, because our frontend gonna be running on the port 3000. So our backend is gonna be listening to this port. Okay, let's see what issue we have here. Seems like we did something wrong, so let me try to see what it is. Let's see what the error say. Include is unknown type. We did something wrong. This is not supposed to be inside of here. It's supposed to be outside of this. Put this right here. Yeah, now it's all good. Okay, so if you remember, where we started this package called nodemon in our dev dependencies, nodemon. So this is what we're going to be using to start our backend development server. This is the nodemon package we're going to be sending. But before that, I wanna create some roles for this nodemon file. So inside of our root file, our root project, I'm gonna create a new file, nodemon.json, nodemon.json, and inside I'm gonna add some few roles. So nodemon now, I'm gonna watch every file inside the SCRC, and yeah, so I'm gonna exit. The extension is gonna be TypeScript. I'm gonna ignore node modules and exclude this node. So see that's okay. This is the rules we're gonna be following. So I'm gonna go back to package.json, and here I can remove this test script, and we're gonna add our start script. So for development, we're gonna use dev npm lam dev. So I'm gonna go ahead and do nodemon. And I'm gonna watch the SRC like the same in the root in the configuration file we created earlier. Inside here, I'm gonna watch for the inside the CRC, and I'm gonna execute ts node crc app.ts. Yeah, seems about right. And now we can go ahead and try to start our backend. So we can do npm lam dev. If everything is correct, we should see console log of we will see a console log of our port is receiving on port 880. So let's execute this npm lam dev. Nodemon not found. I misspelled this, so it's node again, nodemon. Yeah, npm lam dev, and let's see. Yeah, so now our server is listening on the port 8080. Okay, seems about right. So we can go ahead and connect to our database, because after this we're gonna be setting up our authentication. So I think it's better if we go ahead and set up the database. We're gonna be using MongoDB. So in development, I think we can go ahead and create a Docker file. We can run our database for development in Docker, and later on when we deploy to our cloud service, we can just get the link from mongodb.com. But for now, we're going to use Docker to run our database locally. So let's go ahead and create that file and set up everything. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the file. We're going to be creating a file called docker-compose.html, and this is where we're going to be defining the services we're going to run. So we're going to be running our Docker. So we're going to give this service MongoDB. You can call it whatever you want, and for the image it's going to be mongo/latest, and we're going to give a container name. We're going to give it MongoDB. Yeah. We're going to give it a command restart always. And for the environments, this is what we're going to be using when we try to connect to this database. So I'm going to give it mongo _init db.username. You can give it whatever you want. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do it like this. Yeah, Okay, so I'm gonna give it admin. You can call it whatever you want. For the password, I'm gonna use just for this is for us, for development, so no one is gonna be using this anyway, so you can give it whatever you want. And the MongoDB gonna be sitting on port 27017. And to keep our data, we can define some volumes. So I'm gonna call it I'm gonna put it inside the MongoDB data, and I'm gonna map it to data/db. So let's define these volumes down here. I'm gonna call it MongoDB data. So this is all for our database. And before running this, make sure you have Docker installed in your computer. So if you don't have Docker, make sure you go ahead and install Docker. You can install it for your whatever you're using. You can install it for Linux, Windows, and Mac. So once you have done to install that, make sure you can go ahead and open. Okay, so now once you have done to install this Docker desktop, now you have access to the commands like Docker compose commands. So once you open Docker, this is what it looks like. For you, if you are new to Docker, you should have nothing. It should just be empty, nothing here, but doesn't matter. We're gonna learn our database using Docker anyways. So let's open our terminal again, and let's stop this server for now. We're gonna do docker/compose/app-d. Okay, so like you can see, it's created our container MongoDB. Let's see. And as you can see, it's running like here on bottom here. And let's check the logs. Let's see, look like our database is running, so I think we can go ahead and connect to this database. Okay, perfect. All right, so let me close this file here. Okay, inside our app, let's go connect to the database. We're gonna connect to this database before these configurations. Okay, so we're gonna create it here after the const app. I'm gonna use Mongoose, and I'm gonna try to connect to the database, but for the URL we have to create our env. We don't have env file for now, so let's go ahead and create that. So inside our load file, we're gonna create a .env, and here we're gonna call it whatever we want. So MongoDB, let's go right capitals. It's gonna be MongoDB, and it's gonna be MongoDB. The URL is gonna be from our database. So let's open the Docker compose to see. Let's put it side to side so we know what we're gonna be filling in. So the name of database MongoDB, and we're gonna connect to it by using our environment. So the name is admin. So add admin here. Admin. Let me fix this real quick. Yeah, admin, and we're gonna have the password, and it's a localhost. So this is the password, and this is the port we are connecting to. MongoDB admin, password, localhost. Good, perfect. I think this is good for now. Okay, yeah. So now we can go ahead and copy our environment name. We're gonna do process.env.mongodb URL. You have to add this, or you can just do a string. It's all the same, but I'm gonna keep it like this. After connecting, for now we are done, but if you wanna see some thing in the console like connected to the database, you can do after this. You can do .then console.log .then console.log connected to MongoDB, and also cache the error if there's something went wrong. Okay, so let's go ahead and check if our database can connect to our Docker database. Our server can connect to our Docker database. So let's run npm run dev again, and let's see. Let's execute. Perfect. So as you can see, our server is connecting to our database inside the Docker. Okay, so everything looks perfectly fine. So we can go ahead and set up our authentication. So for authentications, we're gonna be using Passport.js, Passport.js, Passport.js.org. This is the authentications we're gonna be using. We're gonna be setting up, and this is so perfect for doing authentications. You have so much options. You can use a lot. You can use Google, Twitter, you can use Google, GitHub, a lot of good stuff inside with this package. Okay, so let's go ahead. We're gonna be using Google for our authentication, so let's go ahead and start implementing that. So let's go ahead and create a new folder, which is we're gonna call it config, and this is gonna put our configurations for our authentication. So we're gonna call this, we're gonna create a new file, we're gonna call it passport.js. No, not JS, passport.js. I forgot another T here. Okay. So also let's make sure we install this package. Okay, so let's install the Passport.js packages we're gonna be needing. So since we're gonna be using Google, and we're gonna have to install npm install passport first, followed by the package of Google we're gonna be using, which is strategies. Let's go to strategies, which is gonna be this one, which is gonna be Google OAuth 2. This one, 20. This is the one we're gonna be using. So let's copy this name. Let's go ahead and remove this. Okay, so we're gonna be installing the local one for some tests. Local, local. Let's go ahead and install this. Okay, so seems like it's done. We can go ahead and start implementing our authentication. So I'm gonna go ahead and import the passport package. Import passport from passport. I'm gonna import from the Google package, passport Google auth 2. I'm gonna import here strategy. Oh, they are, I forgot. I think we need types for this. That's why you're not getting auto completions. So let's install these types. I'm gonna open the terminal. Add this, and for this also we're gonna need the types for this. We're gonna install this, and we should be good for now. Yeah. So let's see. Strategy, yeah, perfect. And also we're gonna to make it easy for us, we're gonna make it as Google strategy, so we can understand more easily. And now we can go ahead and keep going. Okay, so for this to work, we have to create a model for our users, so we can store the user in the database. So let's go ahead in the src folder. I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna call it models, and I'm gonna have to create a new model. I'm gonna call it user.model.ts. user.model.ts. Okay, so let's go ahead and start implementing this. I'm gonna create some interface we're gonna be using for this I'm gonna call it a user. Yeah. I'm gonna need Google ID. Gonna be a string. Email string. I'm gonna need display name. Gonna be a string. So for now, maybe you can get profile picture. Gonna be a boolean. I'm gonna come back to this later. So now I can go ahead and do const user schema of type schema from MongoDB. Let's import it from Mongoose goes to new schema, and we're gonna have Google ID. Google ID is gonna be type string, and it's gonna be required. Also, it's gonna be unique true. We're gonna have the email gonna be type of string required, and unique as well. For display name as well, display name is gonna be of type string, required gonna be true. Profile picture what they it's not boolean. It's a string it's a string as well. Default not we're gonna put nothing because this is not required. Okay, so this is it for now. Yeah. So let's export our model. Export default model. Let's import this from user. It's gonna have the types of our interface we did here, and also I think we can extend these types to match the document from MongoDB. Extend document. Otherwise, next. No, this is we don't need this. We have to import it from MongoDB. From MongoDB. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so this is good. All good for now. And we can go ahead back on the inside the Passport.js and just keep working on our models. So let's import that model. Import user. We can import also the types user from models /user.model. Okay, let's go ahead and do passport.use. So inside here we're gonna do password strategy. We're gonna be using Google, and here we have to define our environments for this Google strategy. We have to pass in let's see, access token, refresh token, the strategy options, which means we have to pass in our client ID. It's gonna be inside client ID, our client secret, and our callback URL. So we have to set this up. Okay, let's see, why is it showing an argument for verify was not very passed. Okay, so we have to set this Google client ID inside our .env, and also a Google client secret as well. We're gonna feed this later. Okay, so let me put a comma here, and I'm gonna do down. I'll do async. I'm gonna get the access token, yeah, I'm gonna get the access token, refresh token, and profile, and done function. Okay, seems good for now, but we're not gonna be let's go ahead and keep working on this Passport.js. So inside here, I'm gonna add a try catch, and I'm gonna do let user equals to await user. So we're gonna check inside our database if we have a user dot find one. We're gonna go ahead and find by the Google ID. So this Google ID have to match up the profile ID we got from the Google strategy. If it matches, means we have a user. Okay, so if there is no user, we have to create a new one. So we have to put the user gonna be await user, await new user. So inside of this new user, I have to put the Google ID. The email gonna be the email is gonna be the profile. It's not gonna be like this. It's gonna be the emails gonna be the first one dot value. So why is showing like this? Let's put this to make it okay. So we have to do the display name. Display name gonna be this profile of display name. I'm gonna do the same thing here. I'm gonna add the photos. I'm gonna get the first one and its value. Okay, so this is good for now. It's saying it has no effect to this. Okay. Okay, so after this we have to pass this, we have to use this done callback, I think, and I'm gonna put done now, and I'm gonna pass in the user. Okay, this look good for now. Inside the done, if there's error, I'm gonna add error as error, and also undefined, because we got error, so it won't be working for us. Okay, this is not all we need. Also, you have to serialize this passport, this user. So on the bottom, we'll do passport dot serialize user. I'm gonna pass in the user, which is the type of a user. Also the done. For now, we're gonna do done user dot. I'm gonna use the underscore ID. Let's use the underscore ID. After serialize the user, we can also do passport dot serialize user. Perfect. I think we're gonna have the ID and input types and the string for the ID. The const is defined by ID. Then why is it showing error? Not from my code function. Make it any for now. Make it any. Alright. Okay. This seems look good. This look good. But we have to make sure we free this Google Client ID and Google Client secret. So we have to go to the Google console and free this in. Let's do that. So this is the Google console. We have to create a new project so we can get our ID and secret. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new secret. So I'm gonna go to new project, and you can call this whatever you want. I'm gonna call this, since I'm in development, I'm gonna give it a name of dev contract analysis. Nice. Let me copy this name because I'm gonna be needing it later. No organization. Go ahead and create. Once it's done, I'm gonna save the project. I'm gonna go inside it. I'm gonna open the navigation menu. I'm gonna go inside the API and services, credentials. I'm gonna create credentials. I'm gonna create of client ID, and I'm gonna configure consent screen. All right, so I'm gonna make it external. I'm gonna give the app name, contract analysis, support email. You can go ahead and use your email. For all of this doesn't matter for now. What you have to fill is the developer contact information. I'm gonna save and continue. Okay, yeah, save and continue, and save and continue for now. So back to dashboard, and you can go ahead and publish the app for now. This is just, it's okay for now. We can do this, and we can come back to credentials, click on again on create credentials of client ID, application type gonna be web application, give it a name, contract analysis. For authorized JavaScript URL, we have to add our client file, so http://localhost 8000. And for authorized redirect URLs, we have to add our backend is listening on port 8080, and you have to add this callback URL we added. So let's copy it, of Google callback. Let's add it after this. Make sure you add this http 8000, and you can go ahead and create this. Okay, so now we have our client ID. Let's copy this. Let's go ahead and fill it in. Our client secret. Let's go ahead and fill it in. Okay, we're good for now. Okay, now we have to create alerts to allow users to be able to authenticate in our app. So let's go ahead and create the alerts folder, so I can they can be able to use our alerts from there. So I'm gonna go ahead and create alerts folder. I'm gonna call it auth.js. Inside here, I'm gonna import express from express sorry, yeah. So I'm gonna import passport from passport, and I'm gonna define const router because express.router. So for router, we're gonna make a get request, and we're gonna make a get request to /Google. So this is the endpoint we're gonna call when we wanna log in with Google, and I'm gonna call passport.authenticate, and I'm gonna use Google. As you can see, it has Google here. And for the scope, you're gonna need the email and the profile. So this is the scopes we're gonna need for this. Okay, and for the callback, we're gonna add another route. So router.get again. I'm gonna do Google /callback, and we're gonna do passport.authenticate Google. We're gonna look for fair redirect. If it's fair, let me see if they have the fair redirect. I'm gonna redirect user to login page, for example. Okay, so if it's success, we're gonna get a request and a response. We're gonna do let me see, I do missing comma here. So if it's successful, we're gonna redirect the user to the home page in our client. We're gonna create this in our client very soon. After I'm done with this authentication, we're gonna test this to our client so we can see if it's working. So we're gonna do redirect. I'm gonna redirect to it's better if we add this in our client, so later on we can change it in our environment variable, so later on we can just change it here without needing to go in our file. So our client gonna be sending to localhost 3000, so I can go ahead, copy this. I'm gonna go ahead and do process.env client URL. I'm gonna have a dashboard page. So this is where we're gonna be redirected once we are done authenticating with Google. And finally, for now, I think this is all. Gonna come back to this if we wanna add more louds, like for logout, forgetting the current user, etc. But for now, this is all. We have to code this loud inside our main app file, so we can be able to use this. And also we have to, let me see, also we have to initialize this. So as you can see, everything we did is there in the documentation. So if there's something you don't understand, you can go ahead and check it out. But inside our app, we need to add more configurations for our Passport.js to work. So I'm gonna import passport from Passport.js. Yeah, so how, there's another thing we have to think about: how are we gonna store our sessions for the logged in users? We have two options. We can store them in Redis database, or we can use MongoDB, our database, to store this. For now, let's store them inside of MongoDB database, maybe later, because in this project we're going to be using Redis anyways, so maybe we can store them in Redis later on. But for now, let's go ahead and import this. So let's import our file we did. It's inside config a passport. So let's add louds here. Let's import all louds from /louds okay. Also good. And yeah, okay, so after this middlewares, we can go on the bottom. And we can do app.use passport. You can initialize it, and also app.use passport.session. We're going to be storing this session inside of our MongoDB database. And after this, how to use our louds. So we're going to do app.use auth louds. Yeah, okay, perfect. Let me see the issue. We're not exporting this, that's the problem. So I have to do export default router. Now the issue is the error is gone. And for the session we're gonna be using connect Mongo and express session. So let's install those packages. So I'm gonna do npm I express session with connect -mongo. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so let me see where I have to put this. Let me see, maybe I can put this after the middlewares. Yeah, after the middlewares. It's the same thing as middlewares anyways, but I'm gonna do .use. I'm gonna add update use session, then import this. I have to import this on top. So inside here I'm gonna import session from express session. Also let's import the Mongo connect, import, I'm gonna call it Mongo store from connect Mongo, which seems like we're missing the types. So let's go ahead and start these types, and after here we can just go ahead and do session. So I have to add some configurations in this session. So yeah, so for the secret we're gonna need a session secret, so we have to add this inside of our .env. This can be anything, but make sure it's really secret. And we're gonna add the save to false. Let's see. So this is the force the session to be saved back to the session store. So yeah, you can see even if the session was never modified during the request. Okay. Also we're gonna add save and initialized. So this is one for session that is initialized to be saved in the store when new but not modified. Choosing false is for implementing an extension. So you can go ahead and check the documentation, guys. So just want to get the project done. So for the store, as I said, we're gonna be using the Mongo store. Okay, so store, I'm gonna do Mongo store. I'm gonna add the URL Mongo store. Forgetting something. Mongo.create. So every time a user create account, the session or login, the session gonna be added to our MongoDB. So make sure this URL is the same as your database URL. So copy it and paste it just to make sure. Alright, perfect. For the cookies, we're gonna be using secure. We're gonna use it if the process.env is equal to prediction. We're gonna set it to true. So the secure option is false when we are not in the production, but when we deploy our project to production, it's gonna be set to true. For the same site, it's the same thing. It's gonna be inside the, if it's still no production, yes, none, but if it's not, I'm gonna just add anything. So the max age, it's gonna be, I'm gonna make it 24 hours. So 24, yeah, 60, this is 24 hours, guys, 24 hours. Right, so all of this look fine. Let's see if we can run our server. I can run there. Yeah, everything look fine. So but there's no way we can try to test this because we need to have a client file, your client, to be able to connect to this and call our endpoints off. Okay, so the next step, I think we can go ahead and set up our front end, so we can call this backend to test if it's working on the authentications. Alright, so now let's go ahead and get started with our front end. So we're gonna be using Nextjs for our front end. So Nextjs.org. You can go ahead and create a new Nextjs app. So let's copy this command. Yeah, installation. You can go ahead and use this command to get started. So I'm gonna close this out. I'm gonna close this as well. Okay, my terminal is here, and I can go here. As you can see, we have the server, so I have to create a new one, or we can use the command, and we can go ahead. We can give it name as client. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. CSS? Yes. SRC? Yeah. Uploader? yes and no for customizing the import alias. So it's gonna go ahead and create our folder, and here we can do one thing. We can go to file and we can click on add folder to workspace so that we can add our client inside here. Okay, so let's do that. Good. As you can see, now we have a server and the client in one space. Okay, so it's done creating. We can go ahead and see what we have. As you can see, inside the src folder we have the app directory, and also we have the page.tsx. so this is our main page, the home page, and this is the layout. So everything we put in this layout, it will affect anything inside this this app folder, as long as we don't add a new page. I'm gonna show you that. So we can go ahead and start this. So we can go inside the client and we can do npm and dev. So we can go to localhost. Let me see, what is it? Localhost 8000. It's compiling. Good. So as you can see, this is the client side. This everything we are seeing right here inside there, this is the one inside the page.tsx file. Everything inside here is what we are seeing here, because this is the home page for us. Okay, so we're gonna also be using shadcn.ui. So let's go ahead and install that. You can go to the documentation, installation for Nextjs, and we're going to use this command to install our app. So let's go there. Let's open the terminal here. You can open let me do this. Let me open it again. Okay, let's open a new file. I'm gonna put my client here. Let me see. Go back a bit. cd. Well, inside the server, and I can go ahead and turn off this one. I'm not gonna be needing it. I'm gonna have my server here and the client side here. So yeah, let me start my let me install the shadcn. I'm gonna use the default. I'm gonna use the straight color. I'm gonna let's use so we can customize our themes later on. So it's done installing. So if you check in our client folder, we have new file components.json, and we have also a new folder. We have also a new folder, a lib, and inside there's utils, a simple utility for class names. Okay, and also inside the Tailwind config, it has made some changes. Yeah. All right, so we can go ahead and start implementing our header. So we can put a button to log in. So, and we can test if our authentication is working fine. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go inside the app folder page. I'm gonna remove everything inside here. I'm gonna remove everything inside of this page, and we can just for now in the h1 hello. Yeah, so if we refresh this, it's not running. Let's run it npm and dev for the client side. Let's close this, refresh again. Yeah, okay, so now you can go ahead and implement our header. So let's see, where do we want to render our header? For now, I'm just gonna for now I put it inside the layout, but later on we're gonna change it. So we can create a new file inside client folder. We can create a new file and we're gonna call it components inside the src. Create a new folder, call it components, and inside the components we're gonna add a new file called header.tsx. So let's go ahead and start to implement that styles for now, and later on we can design, we can add the functionality to login. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna export function header. Alright, and I'm gonna return header. For now, let me say header. Let's import it inside the layout folder. On the top of the children, you can import the header. So let's see, yeah, the header is there, and I'll go back inside the header. I'm gonna create some class names. I'm gonna make it sticky so that it stay on top. I'm gonna add px4. I'm gonna add top 0. I'm gonna add the z50. I'm gonna make it width full. I'm gonna add border on the bottom, so I'm gonna make it border B. BG background, I'm gonna make the opacity 95. Yeah, you can see we have something. Also, there's a class name, there's a Tailwind file we can, a Tailwind extension we can use to make our life easier. So let's go Tailwind CSS. Tailwind CSS, is it this one? No, Tailwind. I have it installed. Make sure I inside this, but for some reason it's not working for me. I'm gonna check why. I need to load the window. Let me just reload it. Sometimes VS Code is later, and hopefully now it's gonna be working. Yeah, for now it's working. Okay, so I'm gonna add some backdrop brown. How much do I want? Okay, just put brown, and let's see. Okay, for now this is all. Let's go inside of this. Let me toggle what you have so you can see everything. I'm gonna add a div inside here. I'm gonna give it a class name of container. I'm gonna add a flex. I'm gonna make it height of 16, item center. I'm gonna go inside that div. I'm gonna add another div. I'm gonna add a class name of margin 4, hidden on medium. I'm gonna be a flex. Okay, so inside here we're gonna add a link from next link. I'm gonna add href. It's gonna go on our home page, and I think it's gonna have some class name. I'm gonna make it margin light of 6, flex, item center, and space x of 2. Alright, so here you can render a logo if you want. Logo here, and this is what it looks like, but you can add your logo if you want. And here we're gonna after this link, and inside this div we have to render our items. So for the items, we can get them here. So we can const nav items, and we can add a string. We can add their types, and it's gonna have as name, string, and href string. So the first one gonna be dashboard, yeah, and it's gonna take us to the dashboard page. So we're gonna go ahead and copy this 3 more times. We're gonna have pricing, and it's gonna take us to the pricing page. We're gonna have privacy, and it's gonna take us to the privacy page. Perfect. So after this link and still inside the div, we can add a nav, and the nav we're going to give it a class name of flex, item center, basics of 7, text sm, font medium. Okay, and inside this nav we're gonna map to our nav items. So we're gonna get each item, and inside here we're gonna render the link component, yeah, and for the key we're gonna give it key item.name. For the href we're gonna get item.href. okay, so inside here we're gonna enter the item.name. So let's see. Perfect, good. And we have to give it some class names. For example, if we are on this dashboard page or pricing page or privacy page, we can show some kind of active state. So let's go ahead and do that. For that, we're going to be needing a path. We're going to need to know which path they are on. So we have to add const path name equal to use path name from next/navigation. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna check if the path name is equal to the href, and we're gonna add some different type of class names. So we're gonna add class name, and we're gonna be using the sn from Utils. So inside here we're gonna add the default class names. So we're gonna add transition colors, and when we hover, we want the text to be foreground with the /80. And if the path name is equals to the href, we're gonna add text foreground 80. You see, I put in, yeah, this is a client component, so we have to add use client on top, use client, and this error will be fixed. Okay, so as you can see, when we hover, it's like that, but we don't want that. This is supposed to be just foreground, and when we hover, we can make it, when it's active, we can make it 60. Let's see. Yeah, text foreground, punctuation. Perfect. Okay, so now you can go ahead and enter our button login, but we're gonna conditionally enter that button. So let's add, for now, let's add user equals to true. For now we are setting this, the const user equals to true for now, but later on we're gonna be getting the data from our database, from our backend server. So for now we're gonna check if there is a user, we're gonna render something, and if there's no user, we're gonna render something else. So I'm gonna go inside of this div right here, and I'm gonna create another div. I'm gonna give the class name of flex. I'm gonna give the class name of flex of 1, item center, justify between, just try between and the space x of 2. So for medium devices, I'm gonna just try to the end. Yeah, this is it for now. And inside of this div, we're gonna render our button, but I'm gonna add another div. So div class name, and I'm gonna give it width of 4, and I'm gonna give it flex1. I'm gonna give him on medium devices, I'm gonna make it auto, and also on medium I'm gonna make it flex none, and space x of 2 again. It's gonna be hiding on a smaller screen. On medium it's gonna be flex. Okay, so now we can go inside of this and add our button from shard scene. So make sure you have UI shard scene here. Make sure to add that. Let's go ahead and check the button. So I can go ahead and search for the button on the documentation page. This is the pattern we're gonna be using. So make sure you copy this command and you can paste it inside your client folder and install it. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and use it here. I'm gonna call the button. Make sure it's imported from the UI button. For now, we can give the class name of get started. Let's see how that look like. Let's go back to our front end. This is the button, how it look like now. Get started. Okay, looks perfect. And yeah, so we can go ahead and make a call to a backend in order to show a login. Yeah, so what I want to do before that, maybe just for now to test if our backend is working, you can go ahead and make the call over here. So let's just go ahead and do that. According to this, we're gonna move everything, we're gonna organize everything later, but for now we can go ahead and just add it here. So I'm gonna create a function. I'm gonna call it maybe I can put it on top. Let's see. Yeah, let me add it here for now, and we're gonna come back to this later. I'm gonna make a function. I'm gonna call it Google sign in, and it's gonna be a promise of void, and inside of this is where we're gonna return new. I'm gonna return a new promise and resolve inside of it. Okay, so what we wanna do, we wanna go to window location dot href. It's gonna be equals to our backend URL. So let me see if you have env. No, we don't have env in our client folder, so we can go ahead and get env file. Or for now, let's just to test if our backend is working, we can go to http localhost, and what is the route for our folder, our client. So let's go inside the routes, the auth. So we are calling this this here. Okay, and inside of our app.ts we have inside the auth, so we have to go to the auth first, then after the auth we have to put the Google login. All right, so let's go back to our header, and this is correct, but the port is supposed to be 8080. Okay, so on the bottom we're gonna resolve this. Okay, on the button here we have to gonna add on click. It's gonna take the Google sign in. So I think we can go ahead and actually check this out if it's working. Let me go do that. we're saying, yeah, of course, make sure that our backend is working. So let's run dev on our backend. Also make sure that your database is running inside the Docker file. So now as you can see, the backend server is running now. Let's go back again. Let's go back to the localhost 3000. Let me just request 3000. Let's try that again. So I'm gonna go inside the click on this create button, get started button. So let's go. Perfect. As you can see, it's getting our accounts for the Google. So as you can see here, we made the request, and this is we made the request to the get, and we made it to this route right here. And yeah, okay, so I think we can go ahead, and if it succeed, if you remember, if we succeed, it will take us to this dashboard page. Okay, let's see. Let me choose any account. I'm gonna go to continue. Perfect. As you can see now, our account is created. Because it means succeed, because if we are succeed, it will redirect us to this dashboard page. So this means our authentication is working. So we can go check our database and see if it's working. So what we can do to check for our database, we can use MongoDB campus. We can use that to check our database, and also let's get the URL. So inside the ANV from our server, we can get this URL here, and let's go back to the here. Let me add a new connection. I'm gonna add my localhost. Yeah, just connect to this. Let me see. It's gonna be here inside the test, and something is wrong. It's inside the users sessions. But as you can see, the sessions are being created, but I think it's correct. We're just forgetting something. We are forgetting something right now. So our user is not getting created, and our session is being created, as you can see in the database. So this is what we set up, but the user is not being created. So we are forgetting something right now. Let me just go ahead and check what is that is, and we are forgetting. Okay, let me see the Passport.js of Google. Go back. Yeah, let's see, let's change this to await user dot create, and let's do this. Let's see. I can't see what could be the issue. Get started. Okay. So we just changed this to await user dot create, and as you can see now, we have our user in the session working perfect fine. So our authentication is working fine, as you saw. So everything looks fine now. Yeah, okay, so this looks good. The session. So now we can we can get the data from the backend and start displaying this, change the style of this and show like a profile picture or something. Show this profile picture. Okay, so let's go ahead and just do that, and we're gonna go back in our backend. Let me close all of this here. We're gonna go back inside our server, inside of our OAuth file, in the loads, and this we're gonna create a new method to get our current user, so our current logged in user. So we can go ahead and add another like some kind of checking if you have a user, so like current user. But before that, we need a middleware which will help us check if the user is authenticated. So let's go ahead and create another folder. I'm gonna call it middleware, and inside this file folder we're gonna add another file called auth.ts. So inside of this we're gonna export const is authenticated, and we're gonna take in the request. We can import the correct type from Express, so request from Express. We can get the response as well, response from Express, and the next function we can get it from Express as well. Fine, this look good, and we can go ahead inside this and we can check if the request is authenticated. If it is authenticated, we can return the next. Okay, so we can return next. But if it's not, like if the user is not authenticated, we can go ahead and list dot status. We can turn 401, and the error message gonna be unauthorized, so which means the user is not authenticated. Okay, as you can see, this is the test if request is authenticated. So this is what it's doing here, and now we can go back inside of our auth routes, and you can go ahead and implement the current user route. So let's go ahead and do router.get. We're gonna call it current. And go ahead and call it current user. It's gonna take in the request and the response. Okay, so inside of this, what do we wanna do? We're gonna check if request is authenticated. What we're gonna do if it's authenticated, we're just gonna return the user. So we're gonna return the user, all right, the requested user. So this is what we're gonna return back, and if it's not, we're gonna return the same as in our of middleware. So we're gonna return this as like it's unauthorized. So now we can make a request to this route in our front end, and if we are logged in, we get the user, and if we are not, we will see this message. But yeah, this is all for now. So let's go ahead and start implementing this. So now let's go ahead in our client folder, and let's start implementing this. So in our client, we're gonna go ahead and we can create a hook to help us get this current user, so we can use it anywhere we want to check if the user is authenticated. So inside the CRC folder, I'm gonna add another folder called hooks, and we're gonna create a new file called use current user, or we can use current user, use current user.ts. Use current user.ts. Let me just do this. Okay, so this is the file I created, use current user.ts, and inside this is where we're gonna be checking if our user is logged in. So how do we want to do this? We're gonna do export const use current user, and we're gonna check for this. I think I wanna use TurnStack React query. I think I wanna use this React query for this for making calls to our API. I wanna use the TurnStack React query, so I can go ahead and set this up in order to make calls with our backend. So we can use this stack React query to do that. So let's just go ahead and start making calls to this. So to do this, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna install the npm package. So let's go on the terminal, and I can stop the front end for now, and I can go and install this package. Okay, so to do this, let me open this, and I'm gonna go inside of our, let me see, inside of our components. I can create another folder. I can call it providers, and inside these providers I'm gonna add create another folder called stack. So this is where we're gonna put all our stack code. So inside of this stack, I'm gonna add a new file. I'm gonna call it react/query, okay, provider .tsx, and inside of this I'm gonna export function. I'm gonna call it React query provider, and it's gonna take in the children, and the children is a type of React node. So all we have to do is just return the query provider, query provider from stack. Let me see, query client provider, and inside of this we just have to put in the children. Also, this client provider, it taking the client. So for the client, let's create another file. Let me call it react/query/client.ts, and let me go inside of this. Let me go export const. I can just paste this, but I can do export const client provide query client, and here I can import the query client from. Let's go ahead and import this from. Alright, so now we have done to create our client query provider. We can go ahead and wrap it in our layout folder. On top of everything, we can call the function we just created, React query provider. Come here, and we can just wrap everything inside of it. Alright, so let's go ahead and make sure to import that current user, and inside here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna install Axios in our actions. So npm I Axios, okay, and once it's done installing, I can create another utility file to help us use this Axios later on. So I can go ahead and create another file inside of our, let me see where I want to put that. Can go inside the src lib, yeah, can put inside the lib, and I'm gonna call this api.ts. So inside this API, I'm gonna define the Axios. I'm gonna do const API equals to Axios from Axios. So I'm gonna create, and here we're gonna do the base URL. So it's gonna be our backend URL. So I'm gonna put it inside the API URL. So I'm gonna do next public URL, and make sure to create this file inside of our client, and inside the folder client, let's add another file called .env, and here we can paste this, and it's gonna be the HTTP request, HTTP slash localhost, and it's gonna be the 8080 port, and we don't have the API, so we can just put like this. Okay, so now we can continue on implementing this. So yeah, and also we're gonna add with credentials equals to true, and for now this is all we need. We can go back to our current user. Inside the current user we can keep implementing this. So let me go back inside of this, and what we're gonna do is I'm gonna do const equals to use query from React and stack query, and inside of this we're gonna get we're gonna add some configurations. Inside of this we're gonna add a key. Query key is gonna be the current user, and also we're gonna the function. So the query function, what we're gonna do, we're gonna be async, and it's gonna do inside the try catch. We're gonna make a call to our backend. So I'm gonna do const response equal to await API. So API have to come from our utils. So let's make sure to export that. Just make sure to add export const API, and you can now get it here. So API dot get, and this is get because if you remember in our auth route inside of our backend, the current user is on backend is on the route get. So that is in the method get, and you have to make a call to this current user. So we have to do this, add auth dot current user. So now we will be getting our responses, so we can return response dot data. Okay, so if there's a issue, you can console log that. So the console dot log the error, and we can return null for now. And on the bottom here, inside the React query, we can get is loading and is error if there's any issue, and also we can get the data. We can get the data, which means the response we got from the server, and we can call that user, and now we can return this. Return is loading, is error, and the user. So this is all we need to check if our users are authenticated. So now we can go back inside of our, let me see, inside of our header. As you can see, we were using this just for now static, but now we're gonna make it dynamic. So what we can do, instead of rendering everything inside of this for this file right here, we can create another file, another component, and we can call it user button. So I'm gonna go inside of src components, and let me see, since we're gonna be using the button anyway everywhere, like in the multiple times, we can put it inside the shared folder in the components, and here we can add another file called user slash button, this user dash button dot tsx, and now we can export function user button, and let me see, we can get the user. Const user is gonna come from our use current user from our hook we created earlier. So this is the hook we just created to get our current user, and yeah, okay. Also we can do like let me see. Okay, for now this is all. Let me go inside of this. It's going to return. We can return this from add the button. We can go inside the header and we can remove this and just render the user button from our shared. This is the user button. And also we can get this function right here to log in, cut it, and you can remove this. Let's go inside the user and let's add it here, the login. And since we have our server now, you're inside the f.env, we can use this instead of the static one. We can use this. So let me go ahead and yeah, let me go ahead and add that. So let me remove this. Let me go ahead and remove this. I can do process.env kind.api of the Google. Look good. And we can render a drop down menu for this if user is logged in. So let me go ahead and remove this class name, this inner div, and I can go and check if there is a user. So if there is a user, I'm gonna render something. Okay, if there is a user, I'm gonna render something, and if there is no user, I'm gonna render something as well. Okay, so what do you wanna do if there is a user? Simple. We wanna draw get a drop down from ShadCN UI. So UI ShadCN, can go ahead and add that. So I'm gonna get the drop down menu. So I'm gonna install this. I'm gonna insert this drop down menu. Make sure to copy the npm one if you're using npm. Let's go ahead and install this. So now it's installed. We can go ahead, copy this imports, and can import them on top here. And we can go inside of this. We can do drop down menu, and also we wanna get the drop down trigger as a child. And what do we wanna trigger it with? We're gonna add a button inside here, and that button gonna have class name of variant of ghost. We can make this just size 8. If and yeah, also we can make it rounded or full. Can go back and check this out. So I think we have a user, that's why. No, I don't think we have anything now. For now we can, if there's no user, we can render the button to log in, the button you had for us to sign in. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to sign in again. Okay, so let's see what's the issue here. It should be getting a user. As you can see, the backend is returning 200, but the front end, it seems like is having some issues. So let's check the console. We're getting some error. Let's check the network. See what it is. Let me this again. Current user. It seems like we're getting some calls errors. Check the console. What is the issue here? Okay, so this we have cross error, so which means we have to, in the backend file inside the app.ts, we have to configure this this cause error, so we can go ahead and start configuring this. All we have to do is just like pass in our client URL inside this cause configuration. So yeah, so let me see where is cause. Cause is here. We can open an object inside this cause, and we can do origin. It's gonna do our client URL, and click don't choose. I'm gonna set it to true. So now when we make request to the backend, it should give us response without any issue. Okay, so let's refresh this. Yeah, look good. Look like we are logged in now. So let's go ahead and keep implementing our user button. So inside of this, I'm gonna again toggle lab, view toggle lab, yeah, and inside this button I'm gonna render avatar. So let's go ahead to the shard cn components. Let's search for avatar, and we're gonna be using this to display the user profile picture. So let's copy this and insert it in our client. Okay. Yeah, so inside this button we have to display the avatar. So avatar from UI, and go back to this. What we can do, we can take this here, and I can just do this. I can just put side to side so we can see what we are doing. Okay, I hope this is okay. User, yeah, so I hope this is fine for now, and I hope you can see. So inside this avatar we have to give them a request name. I'm gonna make it size of 8. Okay, and inside of this I'm gonna enter the avatar image. So avatar image, the image, it's gonna be safe closing. Avatar image gonna be safe closing. For the src, we're gonna get the user dot profile picture. If you remember, in our backend we set this as the target. So as you can see, we have the picture now for the user who's logged in. As you can see, it's right here. And for example, if there is no URL, sorry about that, if there is no URL, which I'm gonna get it empty. And also we're gonna add avatar fallback. It's gonna be our user dot display name, the first character of the user. So this looks good. And now this is the trigger for our drop down, so you can go outside of this button, outside of the trigger, and we can draw the drop down menu content. Okay, so drop down menu content, we're gonna have some class name, so I'm gonna give it width for 56. That's because I like it like that, and I'm gonna align it to the end. I'm gonna align to the end, and I'm gonna give it this force mount, and inside of this I'm gonna add drop down menu item. Add down menu item, drop down menu item. So do we want to render for our drop down menu item? I want to render the email, the display name, and the links to go to our dashboard or settings, stuff like that. Okay, so for the item, I'm gonna give it a class name. It's gonna be flex core item start, and inside this I'm gonna add a div. I'm gonna give it a class name of text small. This text gonna be small, font medium, and inside of this I'm gonna add user.display name. So if I click on this, you can see the name of the user who's logged in is this being displayed right here. Okay, so I can copy this down for the email. So user.email user.email, yeah, okay, look good. And also I think we can add like a separator after this. This is like separator. What is the name of this? Is it? Oh, it's drop down separator. Yeah. Oh, good. So yeah, look fine to me. And after this drop down menu separator, we can start to add more items. So can drop item. I'm gonna make it as thread because we're gonna be adding links inside of this, and I can add the link from next link, and I can add href. This one gonna go to the dashboard. I'm gonna take us to the dashboard, and inside of this I can add a span if name of dashboard. Right, sorry. So as you can see, this is the dashboard, and let's see on bigger screens. On bigger screens, as you can see, we have this. Okay, let's see the justify, and let me check if we remove this. Let's see the default, how it looks like. Default is and anyways, I think and okay, I think this is fine. And after this link, we're gonna have another one for settings. So let me copy down this 3 times. As you can see, we have 3 items. So we're gonna have for settings, we're gonna do it for our settings page, and it's gonna take us to the dashboard / settings. Okay, and the last one is gonna be the logout. So logout, and this one is not gonna be a link, but it's gonna be okay, fine. This looks fine, but maybe we can add some more icons to make it look even better. We can add icons to this. So what I'm gonna do, since we're gonna be using the icons like in multiple files, I don't wanna be importing them like every time from a package like Lucid React and something like that. So I'm gonna create a new file for the icons I'm gonna be using across my my project. So still inside the components shared, I'm gonna add a new file const icon.tsx, and I'm gonna do export const icons, and for the dashboard I can add one called dashboard, and it's gonna be equals to let me see, layout dashboard from React, and yeah, this is it. You can go back inside of my user button, and for the dashboard I can render it like here. So I can do icons, going from icons, and you can get the icon of dashboard. Let's see, for this, okay, so this doesn't look good. We can change that. Now we can give it a class name. Of marginality2, and the size gonna be 4. This is how that look like. This look nice, it look fine to me. So we're gonna gonna add more to icons. So settings, I don't know if they have settings in your cell yet. Yeah, they do. And the last one gonna be logout from React. Okay, so I can just go ahead and copy this icon, and for the settings gonna be settings, and for logout gonna be logout. Okay, so you can see they look fine to me. Okay, this is good. I can go ahead and put back to its own. This looks nice, great. And now we have checked that authentication is working. So maybe you can open the logout before we finish up this part. So yeah, let me go inside the backend again. I'm gonna add another route to logout. Yeah, so let me go back inside of server, inside the routes, inside the route of this one. I'm gonna add another one. It's gonna be router.get logout. What we're gonna do, this one gonna be very simple. So we're gonna do logout, and let me see why it's showing error. We need to get the error, and if there is error, we're gonna return. If there's error, we're gonna return next error. Next, we need to get the next here. That's why it's showing error. So let's get the next. We're gonna return the error. Yeah, this is all. We can redirect this to our home page. It's fine. So this is all we need to do in order to log out, and we can also, yeah, this is fine. so we can add function to log out this one. So let's go ahead and implement that. So let's go back in our client folder, and I'm gonna go inside the server, inside the app client, sorry, and inside the it's server. Okay, let me go in the client. I'm gonna go inside the src. I'm gonna go inside the API, and I'm gonna call it here. So I'm gonna do export const logout. I'm gonna do async, and I'm gonna do const response equals to await api.get auth.logout. But we're not getting anything really, but yeah, let's do this. And this one gonna be very simple. So let's go back to the user button, and on the top I'm gonna add a new function to handle logout. So I'm gonna do const handle logout. It's gonna be async, and all we're gonna do is gonna do await logout logout. Where is it? Here, logout from our. This is all, and I can go here to this item, and I can add on click equals to handle logout. So now we can go ahead and test this out. So let me click on this, get this, and I can click on logout tag. Okay, there's issue, network error, what's wrong, console. Okay, maybe, let me see, that's because you're not returning anything. And what I can do, I can go back to my server. Inside the server, instead of returning this, I can do less dot status 200, and I can set the status to OK, and let me do this. I logged in, let me log out. Okay, it's logged out. So what we can do after logging out, we can go ahead and refresh this. So what can I do? I don't know if I can use the router from Nextjs. So let's try to do that. So inside of this user button, why did I put it outside of this? Let me add it inside here. So I can do const router, first to use router from next navigation, and after I can do router.push let me log in, let me log out. So I log out, but this is not the one I want. I can do router dot reload. Let's refresh. Log out, sign in, log out, tag. Okay, for now this is not working for me, so what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna use the window.location.reload. For now, we will change it later, but all we wanted to see if our client is working fine. So now I'm logged in. Now I can log out. Like, yeah, perfect. Okay. maybe I can use set interval push. After 1 second I can take the user to back to on page. Let me go here. Don't worry, later on we're gonna protect this out so that user who are not logged in, they cannot access this. So log out. Okay, fine, this is okay for now, but later on of course we're gonna be protecting this. Okay, fine, so this is done. We can go back to the backend and start implementing more features for our contract analysis. We're gonna be implementing the AI features and so many more stuff. So let's go, and thank you for watching. So see you in the next part. Okay, so we are back, and this time we're gonna be working on our backend, and we're gonna be working inside of the controllers. So we have to create a new folder equal controller, so we can be able to, the users can be able to upload their contract, and we can be able to analyze it with AI. And yeah, let's go ahead and create a new folder. We're gonna go to controllers, and inside of these controllers we're gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it controller.js, and inside of this we're gonna be using to upload our files. We're gonna be using the Malta package. So let's go ahead and install npm install Malta. Also make sure to install its types. Good. And now we can go ahead and set it up. So first of all, let's import it. Malta. And you can now go ahead and configure it. So export, we can just do upload goes to Malta, and inside it we're gonna give it some packages, some configurations. So for the storage, we're gonna be using Redis as our storage store. So we're gonna use Redis to store our temporary files. For these contracts files, they're gonna be temporary once you upload them, so that you can get the data. And once you get the data, we can store them in the database, and the files uploaded can be treated like after 5 or 2 hours, or it depends on what we set. Okay, so the file filter, we're gonna get the request, the file, and the callback. So I'm gonna do if the file domain type, we're gonna do if it's equals to application PDF, not JSON but PDF. If it's PDF, we're gonna return true, and and if it's not, we're gonna return the callback with null and false, which means there is something wrong. Okay, only this is gonna be on PDF. Only PDF files are allowed, and also we're gonna be uploading a single file. So this is what we use to analyze our file that are sent from client. So when we send file from client, we have to make sure the name is this. It has the name of contract. And now we can go ahead and start implementing some of the features. So I think for now we can actually go ahead and maybe set Redis. Let's set up Redis so we can be able to use it. So go inside this backend folder, inside the CRC, inside the config, let's create a new file. Redis.js. So let's go ahead and set up Redis, and to get the database, we're gonna be using AppStash. So if you don't have AppStash account, you can go ahead and create an account, and just for it's free. You can create one database on the free version, but if you need more databases, you can go ahead and upgrade. But for what we're gonna be doing, everything is free. So let's go ahead and just create a database, and there's no credit card required to use this. So let's go ahead and create database, and you can give the name whatever you want. extract list. Let's create a list for the region. You can set whatever is close to you, and everything else stay the same. So okay, as you can see, it's free forever, and if you wanna upgrade you can pay this, but for what we're gonna be doing, it's free, so let's just go and create. All right, as you can see, we just created this, and now we have to get the connection details, so we can go inside of usage, normal usage details. Let's go on the bottom. Let's take JavaScript. Okay, yeah, so this is what we're gonna be needing. In fact, we can copy this whole file here, and we can go back here and paste it. But of course, when we can remove this, and also we need to make sure we put this inside the environment variables. But first of all, let's start this. So let's go npm upstash redis, and should be good. That's good. So now let's put this inside of our env file. So inside the env, we can go ahead and do upstash with this URL. This is the URL, yeah, and paste it here, and we can do the same for the upstash redis token. So let's go ahead and copy this token inside here, copy this, cut it, and put it inside of this token. Okay, so this is all for now. This, and you can go ahead and start filling this up with the correct values. So I can do start this, and so same here, and make sure you provide the correct one. Okay, okay, so now we're done setting up our redis. We can go ahead and start to implement this. First of all, we're gonna need some services to help us. So inside of our backend folder, inside the src, we're gonna create a new folder, and that folder we're gonna call it services. This is where we're gonna put all our services. So inside here, src, let's create a new folder called services. And inside services, we can add AI services, AI.services.ts. Good. Let's go this up. The first service we're gonna be creating is the service to extract the text from PDF, like user upload a contract, and we have to get the text inside of that PDF. So this is the service we're gonna be creating, and you can start using it over there. Okay, so let's do export const extract what's it called, extract text. So we're going to extract text from PDF. That's going to be async. We're going to give it a file key, because we're going to check the Redis. So of course our temporary files, if you remember, they're going to be stored inside Redis. So we're going to check inside the Redis for the key. So we're going to be passing the key of this file that we're going to look inside the database. And what we're going to do, I'm going to put inside the try catch. We're going to const file data as equals to await Redis from our config file, and we're going to get the file key. Okay, so here, let's see if we have no file, if there's no data, we're going to throw a new error. one URL, there is no file found. Okay, now let's go ahead and get file. Let's get a buffer for this one. Let's find a buffer. It's gonna be the what can be this? Our file is gonna be the UINT8 array. Okay, be the buffer for our files. So we're gonna do if buffer. This is just checking if buffer is buffer and passing the file data. Okay, so the file buffer is gonna be equals to new UINT array, and we're gonna pass inside the file data we got from the Redis. And on the bottom, after this, you can do else if the type of file data equals to object is equals to object and file data is not null. So if file data is not none, what we're gonna do? Okay, so let's add a comment. We're gonna structure, so do const buffer data equals to file data as let's see, I'm gonna give it type with string, and also the data is gonna be equals to data, it's gonna be number and age. Okay, let's see, this is not supposed to be here, but yeah, all this are optional. Okay, so if buffer data dot type equals to buffer and array, if it's an array, inside we're gonna pass in the buffer data. So our file buffer is gonna be equals to the new unt8 array and buffer.data. Okay, so this is checking if our object has the expected structure for this, and else if it's not, we're gonna just throw a new error. So error, gonna say invalid file data. Okay, so we're gonna come to the bottom, which means everything here failed. So do is just throw a new error, invalid file data. So this is it. Just checking the file before the data got from the Redis. So on the bottom here, you can do const the PDF. Let's get the PDF into await. Let's see. PDF, how we're gonna get the PDF? We're gonna use a new package. We're gonna use this one for open it's called PDF.js dash list. So this is the package we're gonna be using to get the PDF. Let's try to import it twice this time. So we can do import get list. That's just time. So okay, seems like it's done. Let's close this, and now you can go here. So we're gonna await the get document. Inside here we're gonna pass the data, which is gonna be equals to the data of the file buffer we got. Okay, here. Alright. So we're gonna do it text equals to empty string for now, and we're gonna do for let I of PDF number of pages, and we're gonna get a page. So we're gonna do const page await PDF of get page. I'm gonna get the just see, let I equals to I. Let's get this one. And also the content, we have to get the content, so const content gonna be equals to await page dot get text content. Okay, and then the text is gonna be equals to plus content items dot map each item, the item dot string dot join, and we're gonna join this. Sorry, this is gonna be doesn't exist on type. You can just make it as any for now. So we're gonna join on this, and also gonna add a new line. Okay, and after this we have to return the text, so return text. Okay, so if something's went wrong, console.log error, and you can also throw new error, and you can do see, set it to extract. Okay, okay, so this is what we're gonna be using to extract text from our PDF. All right, go to our controllers, and first thing we want to do when the user upload their contract, we want to be able to detect what type of contract is it. Is it an employment type, or is it a services contract type, or just like that? Okay, so what I have to do is to go to export const detect and confirm contract. So inside of this, maybe a sync, and we're gonna take the request and the response, and I believe we can give the type of the request from express, and also response from express. Okay. So now we have to get the user, because we have to know which user is uploading the contract. So we can do the user just to make this user. We have this user in our request because we set up the middleware. We're gonna be setting up the middleware to check if the user is there. Okay. So if there is a user, and we're also gonna do if request, the request we are sending has no file, we're gonna throw a new error, so we're gonna return this request, and we found it. So the JSON, there is no file uploaded, so we're gonna return. We're not gonna do anything, and now we're gonna go ahead and try to store this file. So we're gonna do try catch. So the try catch, we're gonna do const. So inside of this try catch, we're gonna do const file key. We're gonna create a new file key. You can give it a key. You can give it one name, and the enter key user dot underscore ID, and also the date now. So we're creating a key for our contract, so we can be able to recognize what type of key is this, what type of we can be able to recognize what file is this that user is gonna put. So we're gonna do await this. We try import this from config. We're gonna do set, and we're gonna set the file key and also the file, which is go to request file.laffer. Okay, and once it's done, we can go ahead and set the expiration time for this key. So we will await this dot expire file key, and you can give it file key not 30 days. This can be so much. Let's just set up 3, 6, 1 hour. Let's give it 1 hour. After 1 hour, this file will be deleted inside of our Redis. Okay. All right. So now let's import PDF text. Let's get the text, and here we're gonna use our await extract text from PDF, the service we just created from our services. And we're gonna give it the extract PDF with the file key. Alright, so I'm gonna get the key from the Redis and we're gonna check which file is that. And now what you can do, we also need to create another service to detect the type, because I don't wanna be creating everything inside of this controller. So I can go back inside of the services, and I can, so let's go back inside of the services and let's add a new service. I'm gonna call it export, call it export. It's gonna be detect contract type, and what we do, we're gonna do async. We're gonna get the contract text, gonna be string, and this is gonna be a promise, so promise of string. Okay, and inside of this we have to use AI to detect this type, so we're gonna be using Gemini model. So let's go ahead and get the key from Google and we can start using their Gemini model for this. So once you're on the Google Studio, you can go aistudio.google.com and you can be able to get your own key. So you can go ahead and click on create API key, and you will have to select a project from your crowd. So create API key in dev contract analysis. So this is the project we created earlier. So let's go ahead and select that, and now I'm going to go ahead and create API in existing project. So now you get your key. Make sure you get your own key because I'm going to be treating every time when I upload this video. So go ahead and copy this, and you can go ahead and store it inside the .env. So after this, I can do Gemini API key. Make sure you put your correct Gemini API key. So here you can go ahead inside of it. It's on top. You can just on top. You can get the model first. So I'm gonna define AI model, and we're gonna be using the Gemini. Let me see, Gemini. We're gonna be using the Pro model, okay? And after this, you can do Gen AI, so generative AI. We're gonna be using the Google package to be able to use this. We're gonna be using the Google package to be able to use this. Alright. Let's see. For Node.js, let's see the package we need. So this is the package we're gonna be using. So let's copy this and install it. Inside the server, let's install this. Perfect. So now you can go ahead and import our. Generative model here. We imported this. This is what we imported, and now you can go ahead and start using it. So you can go ahead and do generative AI model. Instead of this, we have to give our Gemini process.env gonna be a string, and this is all for now. So we can go ahead and start using it. So here on the text contract type, we're gonna do model and do Gen AI and do get model Gen AI and do generative model, and we have to pass in the model. So We're gonna build AI module, define on top, and the prompt, we have to create a prompt for this. So you can go ahead and give it a prompt. I'm just gonna copy this and paste it already prepared this. So this is the prompt that I'm gonna be passing it to. So like this. Okay. Yeah. Let's see for this. And let's see. So as you can see, this is the prompt I'm giving it. So the prompt says, analyze the following contract text and determine the type of contract. It is provide any contract type as string. For example, agreement, non-disclosure agreement, and sales use, etc. So we do not want any other explanation. So we just want to know what type of contract is this before we can go ahead and analyze other text. So now we have to give it the contract text. So how can we get this contract text? As you can see, we already passed it inside of this. So I have to give it, so we can do contract text equals to contract text, and we can do substring, and we'll give it the first maybe first 2000 words, and yeah, so we'll give it the first 2000 words to make it shorter. And after this we can that goes to await model dot generate content. So this is a people count, and I can do the plot response. So the response we get goes to await results response, and now I can return response, can do the text, and we can also string this text. Okay, so this is what we're going to be using to detect the type of contract the user has given us. So we can go back inside the contract controller. Okay, so we go inside the contract controller, and after we get the PDF text, we can do post detected, right? So we can use our detect type contract, and we have to give it the text of the PDF. So, and after processing of this, we can await Redis. We need the key after processing this, so we don't need it anymore, so we have to read it from Redis. And now we can return this.json, and we can return the detected type. So this look good. It's not good. Yeah. Okay, so let me just post load tutorial. It's gonna be equal to this upload. We're gonna be using this upload tutorial inside of we're gonna be using this inside of our live. So let me post tutorial. Yeah. So this is the first step from what we're going to be creating. So this is just detecting the contract type we are getting, and after we get the contract type, we can go ahead and start analyzing. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, we're good. So for the error, for now, we can just console the error. Console the error. I can also return a response to the clients. Okay, and after this, you can go ahead and create another one for analyzing the actual contract. Okay, so before we do that, we have to create a model for this contract. So we have to go inside of our We have to go inside of our models, and I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call it contract.model.js. And for the types of this, it's so much. It's like it's very long. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna paste these types of this, the types of this contract. So this is the types we're gonna be getting, we're gonna be storing inside of our database. So we have the risks of the inside the contract, the explanations of these risks, if they are high, medium, or they are low. Also get the opportunities. So the opportunity will explain why, the impact if they are high or medium. You get the point. So the base salary, the bonus, the other benefits of the user. So you can import this by user because we have it inside our model. So for the contract analysis, we get the user ID, the contract who it belongs to. So we get the contract text, get the risk on top here, get opportunities, the summary of the contract, the recommendation, the legal negotiation points, contract duration, all of those things. We have all of this. So for the project, we don't have the project model yet, so we can comment this out for now, but later on we're gonna be creating another model called project. So this is what you can find the code inside of GitHub. And now let's go ahead and start creating this. And yeah, so if I go ahead and start typing this model, it will take a long time. So I'm gonna also copy this contract model because it's very long. It's very long and it will take so much time to create. So those also can do this here. As you can see, it's so much. So this is the schema of the contract. We have the user ID. We are referring to the user ID, the contract text, the risks, the opportunities. There's just like in the we saw there. So the also we have redating. We are created that. We have the custom fields, expression date, language, the AI model, the contract type, the terms. For the project ID, we don't have this yet, so let me go ahead and comment this out. We're gonna come back to it. Okay, so this is the contract schema. Set of AI services. After the detect contract type, we can go ahead and add another one. So this one is gonna be Passport.js. I'm gonna call it analyze contract. Let's see, inside here we're gonna take the contract text, and later on we're gonna come back to this and add another file to check if the user is premium member or full user, so you can know what type of amount you have to give. So inside here I'm gonna do let see the prompt. So I'm gonna do let prompt equals to this, and can give it so okay. So this will be the prompt. So let prompt equals to this. We can do prompt for now. So this is the prompt we're gonna be using. So we're gonna do analyze the following contract type and provide a list of 10 potential risks for the parties in the contract, each with brief explanation, severity, low, medium. So we are just giving it of what data we want it to give us, so we can match our model inside of our database. Okay, so we have to give the severity of low, medium. So we have also have the list of 10 potential opportunities. This is for premium members, by the way. But later, free users will be getting like 3 or 4, 2, whatever you wanna give them. And so, and it compares contract with terms and conditions, list key clauses, assignment, this is how we want it to format the response. So format your response as a JSON object with the following structure. So the disk is gonna only want it to explain to format it like this, and yeah, this is what we want. Okay, and let me make it as make this as a red. I can go on bottom after this. I can do red font because we can add more. So I'm gonna add more information to this. So no, not points, just points. So I'm gonna add more information, and I'm gonna give it this information. Yeah. Okay, so we don't have the language for now because the default language is we're gonna set to English, but later on we're gonna come back to this, and also we're gonna create another service to create in which language the model is in. Okay, so we can go ahead and comment this out or remove it for now. And here we're just giving it important provide an JSON object management to want any additional text or formatting. Contract text, give it in the contract text, and yeah. Now we can go ahead and after this prompt, we can go ahead and do results equals to await gen AI dot generative model. I'm gonna pass in the model, that will be the AI model, and also I think generative model. What did we do on the last one? Generative model, wait to model. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we have the model, so we're gonna use this one already. No need to create another one, so let's do await model. Let's see. Why is it? Cost. Because we're outside of this. Goes to good. So AI model. So it's why it's not being able to get it. Because this is inside of the text contract type, I can remove this and add it on top. So this means, yeah, good. So I can go ahead and do a model about generate content. I'm gonna pass in the prompt, and we're gonna do post response, goes to result of response, and do a return response text. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is it for now. If we have any issues, we're gonna come back to this and fix them. But now we can go back to our contract controller and can add another one to analyze this. Analyze contract. I'm taking the request and the response. Let's check for the user. So user request.user, and let's open the construct contract type. I'm gonna get the type from the request body, and I'm gonna check if there is no request file. So if there is no file, I'm gonna return this error message. And also if there is no contract type, I'm gonna return an error message. And I'm gonna go down here and I'm gonna do try catch. I'm gonna do try catch, and you can go ahead and you can go ahead and store this file inside of Redis. So I do const file key and because file user.id, and then do await redis.set file key the requested file id dot buffer, and yeah, I can restate the expression to be 1 hour. You can get the post PDF text, you can get the text from PDF with the given key, and yeah, I can go ahead and validate this. So get costs if the, let me see, can do one thing, can do it analysis and equal to empty, and you can go inside here, you can check if analysis got summary. So if there's no summary, I'm gonna write this, or we have no, so if there's no summary, or we have no analysis the risk or opportunities. So let me see when this is for error. I just provide and find. Okay. Show no error. I'm gonna check why this is showing this error. So it's saying this provide and find. Contract. Should give it the contract model. Let me see the types. I contract analysis. Contract analysis. And scenario is equal to empty. This type of this, and now so I'm gonna give you the type of contract analysis, and as you can see, you can just disable this for now. So let's try to disable this. So you can do that thing, and do this. This. Make sure that it has a comment of course. So this is error is gone for now. And after this, After it's checked, we can go ahead and save the analysis inside of our database. So we can post saved analysis. I'm not gonna be using this for here, but we're gonna store this data inside of our database. Contract analysis. And of course, we try to import this from our model. So let's see what we have. Export host, contract analysis schema. So also analysis schema is what we have. That's not, let me see. Export default. Okay. That's not exporting like this. This. Put that side. Okay, so this is good. And we can right here contract analysis schema, and we're gonna create this. Let's say this, we're gonna do user ID. We're gonna be to we're gonna be equal to the user dot underscore ID, the contract text. So we text of this contract, and the PDF text, and also the contract type, and all other analysis results. Okay. So we need the language. Formula is gonna be English. The model gonna be Gemini Pro. And let's see this here. Contract text is specified more than once. Contract text. Where specified more than once. Yeah. Okay. So after finding this, we have to analyze this with our AI. So we can go ahead and do one thing. We can do first. We can go ahead and do analysis just to await analyze. Do we export this? Analyze contract. Analyze contract. Am I not getting? Okay. This I can do await contract analysis. Then export this. Nice contract. So, okay. So let me give it a different name with AI. And let's go inside the services. Let's give it a different name. And let's go with that. So this one take in the it's what it takes. Let's need the contract text and the contract type. Okay. So this is all for now. And for this contract, what is this issue? Spirit types may be so it's await contract master. Let's create user, and we are trying to store all the given data. saying spirit types may only be created from object types. Await contract analysis. Okay. Okay, and after this, I can go ahead and let's do this one. You can give return back the saved analysis, and if there is any issue with this, okay, console that and return the error. Now let me check why this is throwing error, and I will be back. Okay, so is this errors? Okay, so I think we have to give it the types. So let's give these types we created. So let's go ahead and give types. So I'm gonna put it as analysis yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna give it these types. Alright. So this is all for now. Can try to start this and let's see if we get any errors. It's like this no error, but we also have to call this in our routes. That's why we are not using anything, so we have to go. So inside of src routes, I'm creating a file called contracts.js, and yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna do the same thing as I did inside here. So I'm gonna create a new route. So I can just copy this, paste it here, and also I copied the long one. It's supposed to be express. So I can just copy this, express, and now I can do post. And then post on the first one. The first controller I created is this one to detect contract type. So I can go ahead and do type, and we have to use our middleware so to check if the user is authenticated, because if you are not authenticated, we are not going to allow you. So can do is authenticated. If it's authenticated, we can go and add our upload middleware from our SRC created here. This one here, upload middleware, which we're gonna take this note of, and after this, we can do date and confirm type. You see, what is the issue? Controllers. See the issue? Response, echo string. Okay. Okay. We can create another. How do you call this? We can create another like middleware to help us handle errors that we get from the controller. So inside do we have to add another file with errors.js, and we can do export cost handle errors. It's gonna take in the error. Now this will connect. So I want to take it to the function. In the function I'm gonna have request and response, or maybe next function as well. So I import this function and also let's do other types. Okay, and on this it's gonna return a list of not void math, and inside of this all we're gonna do is gonna return the async request, and instead here we're gonna do await function request response next, and if there's an issue we're gonna cache the error. So now we can come here and we can do did we export this? Errors. Select it inside of this, and yeah, this is gonna help us catch the errors we get from the contract controllers. Okay, so I think we have the basic one now, and we can go ahead and start implementing the client, and user can be able to upload the contract, and we can see if it's getting the type, and see if we can get the results from the AI. Okay, so I think we can go ahead and start implementing this now inside the client, so we can be able to test and see if there's any errors, so we can fix them later. Okay, so let's go ahead and start implementing this inside the client. Before we go into the client, we have to make sure we include this inside of our app.ts, and also we have to make use of our another controller, which is the analyze one. So this one, analyze contract. So let's go back to the louds, and we can pass it inside here. Make sure to import that from the controllers, and you can change this to something like analyze. Now we can go back to the app and we can copy paste this one on the bottom, and you can put it on contract or something, contract, and have to import our routes. So gonna be contract routes. It's gonna come from contract, but of course make sure you export this route. So make sure you put export default router. And now let's try to run this and see if we get any error. So we can do npm run dev and see if we get some errors or not. Okay, look like everything is fine, there's no issues. So yeah, everything look fine. Okay, and now I think we can go to the client and try to test our controllers. So let's close this out. Alright, so let's go to the front end and start implementing that. Okay, so I'm gonna close all of this out, and I'm gonna go inside the clients folder. And for now we don't have the dashboard folder, so what I can do is we can create a new folder inside the app, and this we can group them. We can group our private routes inside this, so this doesn't affect the URL in the browser, but here we're gonna put dashboard, yeah, and inside this dashboard, this is where we're gonna be putting all our things. So I can go ahead and add a new file. I'm gonna call it page.tsx, and inside the page.csx we can render, for now we can render like an upload model. Okay, render an upload model so user can be able to upload their contract in with that model. So let me start this pm1 dev for the client, and I can do localhost 8000. So let's try to sign in again. Yeah, that's because you have to give something. We have to, because it's a page where you have to make sure we export as default. So export default function dashboard page, and for now you can just return as a dashboard. So as you can see, this is our client. And also for user button, maybe I can make this email have like text muted foreground, so it will look different from the, yeah, this look much better. Okay, so now on the dashboard page we can render a button for user to upload their project, their contract for now, but later on we're gonna come back to this and change it. So let me give it a class name of flex core item center. We're gonna change this a lot because this is not the end result as you saw in the demo. And for the h1, for now I can just maybe you don't need it, can just put inside here, can add a button. This is just for we can test, so we can do upload contract, and this is the button. Flex item center, justify center, right? And yeah, this is enough for us to test, by the way. So we're gonna come back, we're gonna worry about these tiles later. For the model, we're gonna be using the dialog from UI.chatcn. So let's go ahead and search for dialog and make sure to install this. So this is what we're gonna be using. Okay, so I can go ahead and add this dialog npm dialog content. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and install it inside our client. So should say test dash add space dialog, and can go inside of this. I can create a new file, a new folder inside of components. I can add a new folder, call it models, because we're gonna have a lot of models. So we can organize it like this, and we can call it upload model.tsx. And inside of this we can import these ones, and for this model, you're gonna have some props. So we could do interface I upload model props, and it's gonna have is open. It's gonna be a boolean, and on cross it's gonna be void, and also gonna have on upload complete. So what will happen when the upload is complete? See, this is our props, and now you can go ahead and start implementing this. We can do export function upload model. We're gonna take in the props. So it's gonna take in the is open, on close, and on complete. And inside of this, we can go inside of this, and you can do what we can. First of all, we can get the file. We're gonna use React query again, so we can do const. We're gonna use mutation from React stack query, and inside of this we're gonna have mutation function, which is gonna be async, and inside of this async function we're gonna take in some props. We're gonna take in the file. And this is all we are sending for now, and we're gonna open up this where we can define the types of this. So it's gonna be file, type file. Okay, and inside of this I'm gonna do const form data equals to new form data, and also they're gonna append the form data append file. And if you remember, in our contract controller, when you send a contract, you have to make sure it has this name. So make sure you add the same name here, contract. All right, so after this we can go stay inside of mutation function. You can do const response equals to await API from our lib, and I'm gonna post here, and we're gonna add the contract. Our backend is using on this, and the route is analyze. Yeah, this is our route to analyze. And we can copy this, can go back to upload model, contracts, analyze, and we can pass in the form data. And inside of this we have to send some headers, so we can do headers gonna be equals to content type. So content type, it's gonna be part form data. Okay, and after this let me see, after this headers, and after this we can return response the data. Okay, so now we are done uploading it. We can go on the bottom here, and we can do on success. So if everything worked perfectly, what do we want to do? We will get data of this, and inside of this we can do one thing. We can set the result in a state, and for state management we're gonna be using stand. So we're gonna use this package for our state management. So let's go ahead and install this. So we can copy this npm install inside of our current stand. So it's done installing. and you can go ahead and start setting this up. So let me close this, and inside of our src folder, we can create a new folder. You can call it store, and inside of this I'm gonna add a new file. I'm gonna call it stand.ts, and inside of this let me see, stand.ts, we're gonna create a new const. You can call it use contract store, okay, and we're gonna input the create from the stand, and we can give it some, let's create the interfaces we need for this. So we can do interface contract store, and let's get the results. So we can call it analysis results. Gonna be type of any for now, and also gonna set the analysis results. It's gonna be taking the results, okay, and you can give this create the types, so contract store, and inside of this we can go analysis results. It's gonna be let me see, it's gonna be undefined for the first time, and also gonna set the results when we get them. So we can do set analysis results. We can take the results inside, and we're gonna call the set results, and we're gonna set in the results, okay. So on the bottom here we can come and do export use contract store, and we can go back to our upload model, and we can call it here on just here. So you can do const set analysis, or let me just go to use contract store. Alright, so let's get this set analysis results from the stand. So we can go here and do set analysis results, and we can give it the data, and on complete you can pass it inside, okay. So this is all for now, and also once we are done this, we will get some, okay, this looks good for now. But if you remember, in our backend, you have to make sure we include the type of the contract, okay. So let me call this upload file, and also I'm gonna get is pending. Also I'm gonna get is, I can call it is processing, okay. But now before we reach to the analyze stage, we have to make sure we detect what type of contract this is, okay. So I can come on top of this, and I can do same thing and do const equals to use mutation, and inside of this I can do mutation function, and I'm gonna take in the file, which is the type of file, and inside of this I can do const from data equals the new form data, and I can append in the file, okay. So for this, I'm gonna call this detect type endpoint. So I'm gonna go on detect type, and I'm gonna go inside of this. Let me see. So for this post, and we know that we return as the detected type. So I can do detected type. I can put them inside object. It's gonna be a string, and we're gonna pass in the from data, and we pass in the same headers as before, and we can return the response data, and also can just directly get the detected type. Okay, so on success, once we succeed, what I wanna do, wanna get in the data inside here. We know this is a string, we know we're getting a string, so we can just pass in the type, and for the to set the result, to set the type, we can use a state. So we can go on top here, and after this we can do const detected type. We can do the set detected type from state, and by default it's gonna be empty. So we can do actually, we can do string or null. By default it's null. Okay, so inside of this, on succeed, we can do set detected type. You can set detect type to type. Okay, good. And once this is done, we can come back to our upload complete, and also we can add another state for errors. So if we get an error while we are uploading, we can do that. So we can copy this down, and we can do error, set error, and by default it's gonna be a string or null. Okay, also I'm gonna do another one. I'm gonna call it step, so to know which step we are on, set step, and this we're gonna define all type of steps we're gonna need. Okay, so I'm gonna have the upload state, which is the first one, and I'm gonna have the second one, the second step, which is gonna be where user will be detecting their types. Okay, so we can do detecting. Okay, so once we have detected, user will confirm that it's in the correct type, and we have another one where we're gonna be processing, which means we are analyzing the contract, and also the last one, which is gonna be done. So we are done, and by default we're gonna set on the upload state. All right, also for our files, we can add another one. You can call it files, and set files. By default it's gonna be type of file array, and by default it's gonna be empty array. All right, and you can go on the bottom here. Once you are done on succeed complete, actually before this, after the user we have detected the type, we can set step the confirm state, so user can confirm what type the state they are on. And if we get an error, so on error, we're gonna get the error. Okay, so inside of this we can do set can console the error first, and we can set the error to a message. Let's add a message, so we can do fail it to detect the contract type, and we can set the step to upload again. We can take it back to the upload if we get an issue. Let me see, set error send to file. Set error. Oh yeah, this is not supposed to come here. This is supposed to be, this is the file is not for this one, so I can just do this file, and I can make it I, and this one is just supposed to be a string or no, so by default it's gonna be R. Okay, so if you get any error, you're gonna do that, and if it's done, we're gonna set the step to the confirm, and on the bottom here, if we get error, we're gonna do almost the same thing. So we're gonna set the error and to the message, and for the step we're gonna set it to the upload state. For our drop zone, we're gonna be using React drop zone, so we're gonna do React/drop zone. So this is the package we're gonna be using for uploading. As you can see, it's very popular. So let's go ahead and install this. Okay, so it's done installing, and we're gonna go outside of this, but still in the upload function, and we're gonna do const on drop. I'm gonna use a callback, so use callback from React. We're gonna have the accepted files, which is the type of files, and it's gonna have an input array at the end. But inside of this, we're gonna do if accepted files dot length. If the accepted files dot length, we're gonna set files to the accepted files, and we're gonna set the error to null, to nothing. I'm gonna set the step to upload. Okay, errors, I'm gonna set the error. If we have error, set the error no file selected, so means that we have no file. Okay, and we're gonna go on bottom of this. We're gonna do const get load blobs. So we're gonna get the load blobs. We're gonna get input probes, and this drag active. We're gonna use the drop zone from the React package, and we can just import it like this. So on top of here, we can import it, use drop zone. All right, so we have on drop here, we created it, we defined it, so we can just pass it inside. So we're gonna do on drop, all right, and accept the file, the type of files we're gonna accept. As you can know already, we are already defining them in our backend, so we're gonna accept on the PDF files, and also we can accept only one file at a time. So max file is gonna be 1, and multiple 8 false. because we don't accept multiple files. Alright, so gonna go here and define another one called handle file upload. We're gonna do this, and if files dot length, we're gonna do set step. We're gonna set step to the detecting step, and we're gonna set okay, let's see. We're gonna use our function here. We're gonna do, let me see. Inside of this, we're gonna get the data, so we can just get the detected contract type. Okay, and on bottom here, on the bottom inside of this, we can do handle file upload, can do detected contract type. It's gonna be the file, and the file is gonna be this, and also you have to include the type. So it's not gonna be like this. Let's remove this. You can just be like files, and the first one, let me see the issue, has no cross signature. Okay, we come back to this. Let's go continue. Can do const handle, and what do we gonna call it? I'm gonna call it analyze contract. It's gonna be an allow function. Inside of this, we're gonna do if files as well, if file.length is not 0, and also we have a detected type. So detected type, we're gonna set step to processing, and we're gonna do upload file. It's gonna be called the file, and we're gonna get the files. We're gonna do this one. We're gonna pass in the contract type. Gonna be the upload. Let me see, upload. The contract type. Okay. Let me see inside of this upload file. Okay, so just in the function, I also have to get the detect type, and I can define its definition after this. So it's gonna be a string. Okay, look good for now. And finally, we can do const handle close. It's gonna be this. we're gonna set everything to the initial state. Alright, so that was all. This is all we need for now. We're gonna come back to this, but let me see why this is. Okay, I'm the one missing something. Like detect contract type. Let me change the name because we already have this. Let me see if this fixes anything. Detect contract type. No. Detected type doesn't change anything. But for now, okay. So for this, let me see. I think I'm doing something wrong. Let me check on the detect contract type. This should not be data, should be mutate. Sorry guys, yeah, should mutate function. Good. Okay, so now let's go ahead and start rendering our model on here so we can see what's going on. But for now, all the functions are done. We will back to this when we want to add the project ID, because we're gonna have multiple projects. User can upload contracts in different projects and different contracts, so we can come back to this when we are there. But for now, let's go ahead and render our model. So let's go ahead and start implementing it. Alright, so let's go ahead and start implementing the UI for this. So I'm gonna do here and const render content, and inside of this we're gonna do switch. So we're gonna have switch the step, and if the case is equals to the upload, what we're gonna return something. So I'm gonna return I need to use the framer motion for this, so let's go ahead and start framer motion. So npm I framer motion, can go ahead and start that. Okay, and once you have done to install this, we can go on the top and we can try to import this. So we can do import from framer motion. We need the animate presence, and so we need the motion. Okay, and inside of this return here, you can get the animate presence. Inside of this, we need the motion div, and for now we can just return the div. We're gonna give it the get load props. Okay, and inside of this we can get the input and pass in the input props. All right, and so just to see what we are doing now, we can go ahead outside of this. We can go after the animate presence and here, I think, and we can do const, or we can just return. Can try a dialog, and we're gonna give it open. It's gonna be equals to is open, and on open change we're gonna do the handle close, and we're gonna now pass the dialog content. So passing the dialog content, and inside you can just return the render content. All right, so now let's go back to this page, and for this we need a state. So we can do const is upload model open, and we have to set is upload model open, so which gonna be the from React. And now we have to render the upload model here. So upload model, and we need to pass in some props. So we can do is open if model is open, and on close is open. So and on upload complete, you can set the model. Okay, so it's open, so the upload model is open. Now if we come here and click on this, okay, seems like we need to make this as the client, so we can do use client on top. This is fixed. We have to add here so when we click on this, on click set is model open to true. Now you can go back and click on this Okay, so you can see the model now. It's being opened, but there's no content in it. So let's go back to our model and keep working on it. So let's go back to the upload model, and after the get input probes, we can add another motion.div, and inside of this we can get like something like file text or from recent React, the icon. You can give it a class name of, let me see, MX Auto, and you can give it the size of something like 16, and so you can make the text to be primary. So this is it, text primary. After this div, we can add a paragraph, and inside this we can do drag, and you can use the apples, drag and drop to select some files. Let's give this paragraph a name, a class name. So we can do a class name text, give it text xs, and give it the text gray of 600. Okay, and after this you can see text xs, maybe I'm changing this to be margin top of 4. Yeah, and also can give it text small, so we can give it text of gray 600. Yeah, and now on this div, and maybe this one. Okay, we have this div. Seems like we're missing something. Looks a class name. After this motion div, after this paragraph, you can add another paragraph. You can add like not on your PDF files are accepted, and give the class name of margin top 4. But this should be centered somehow. So let me see this div here. Yeah, sure. We should style this div. We'll give it some class names. So I'm go ahead and give it a class name of it's gonna be dynamic, so I'm gonna use the SN, and inside of this I'm gonna give it border of 2. I'm gonna give it border of dashed border. I'm gonna give it rounded to be large. I'm gonna give it padding of 8, empty margin top of 8. Okay, also I'm gonna give it margin bottom of 4, text of center. So as you can see now, everything is centered. So let's go back to this. Maybe you can even make this much better. So let me go to this paragraph. I'm gonna give it class name margin top. I'm gonna give it different class names. I'm gonna give it BG yellow, bg yellow 500. Okay, I'm gonna give it text yellow 900 or 700. Cool. I'm gonna make it p of 4, so give it some, this is too much, make it 2. I'm gonna make it rounded. Cool. Maybe for the background I can give it a bit of opacity, so let's see how that look like. Yeah, this look fine. Yeah, and I can give it margin top of 2. Spread this. Fine. Or maybe I can also give it a border, so I can give it border on border dashed border, and okay, can give it the color border yellow of 500. Okay, this looks very nice, and can go ahead and keep working on the hover state if this is active or not. Yeah, maybe you can also add some icon for this, but this is fine for now. So let me go back on top, and I'm gonna keep adding class names to this. So after this, what I'm gonna do is drag active, and I'm gonna see if it's active. I'm gonna give it the class name border primary and bg primary. Okay, and after this, if it's not active, I'll give it border if it's not active, the border gonna be of gray. Gonna be of gray 300, and also there's no need for background. I'm gonna do bg over border perfect. This look good to me. And okay, after this we can go on the bottom. After this paragraph, we can say outside of this, we can check the files if we have any files. Okay, we can render another div class name on top of 4. Go inside of this, let's add a span, and this span we're gonna render the name of the selected file. Let me see, and also their size, so the name, and after that we have another span that shows the size. So let's go ahead and upload a file. You can go ahead and drop any document, any PDF file. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop this in, and as you can see, this is how it looks like. We can make it look even much better. So let's change these class names. Let me see what I can do. On this div, I can give it a background. So bg of green 100. Let me see how this look like. Yeah, so the bg green 500, and border green 500, and border dashed text green 700, padding 2, and yeah, this look perfect, this look good. Okay, so this look okay. Also we can add a button to greet this, so I can do one thing inside of this. I can add also, after this span, I can add a button. I can add icon called trash. Let's see. Yeah, doesn't look good. Let's go on this one. Let's make it flex, and we can do flex. After this we can do item center, justify between. Yeah, looks good. But for this button we can give it a variant of ghost. Okay, and I wanna change the class names of this, so let me add a class name on on hover. I wanted the background to be green 500, and maybe also for the icon I can give class name. I can change the size to 4 because it looks a bit too big now. Maybe it's too small, 5. And let's give this size of same. Yeah, it's look good. Can give this one hover. Text can be not white but green, not 500 but a bit too much, like 900. Yeah, okay, so this one will be simple. So on click we just set our files to empty. Basically this is what we're gonna do. Okay, so after this button and outside of this one, so we're gonna check if we have files.length and we are not processing, and we are not processing this, so we're gonna render another button. So let's add a button. Inside we're gonna add, you can use the sparkles icon, sparkles from React. You can add a class name to this. You can do margin height of 2 or 2. The size gonna be 4. Yeah, this is look like. And here you can do analyze contract, or you can do with AI. Yeah. So for this button, let me add a class name. It's gonna have margin top of 4. Good. Also, I feel like this can have a different type of class names, so Let me see what I have here. For this, I have the margin top of 4. Okay, I can give it the width to be full. Looks good. So the margin bottom of 4. Yeah. So when we click on this, what we want to call our function. So on click export to handle the file upload. Gonna handle the file upload. So if we click this, it will send our file to the backend. And what we can do for now, we can go and try to see if everything is working. So let me check. Yeah, backend is running, frontend is running, and let me see here for the detect contract type. We're not using this contract type. Okay, this is an issue. We need to add this contract type. Okay, also maybe we can, for now, let's check this out. Let's check if this will work. Let's check out the logs. Can go here and click this button, upload. Okay, so something went wrong. Let me see what's the issue for the response. The response not found. 404 not found. Why is it not found? Detect contracts, detect type. This one is not being found. Contracts, did we not? Let me check our backend. Contracts. How about the app? Oh, we are not using these routes. Okay. We have to add these contract types here. So now it should be good. Okay. Not good at all. Let me see the problem here. So this is inside of the contract AI services, and the seems like we have an issue with the package PDF.js. So let me see AI services. This one seems like it doesn't support this import. Maybe it's the version issue, so we need to change this version if it's not working with our TypeScript. So we can change the version to the version that work with our TypeScript. So what we can do, we can go back inside of the package JSON, and you can check stop this. You can do package.json in our server. Let's see this PDF digest. Let me change the version to like 3 or something. 3 11. I think this is the version that work with this, so I can go ahead and do npm install. And now let's try to run this again. npm run dev. Yeah, so this fixed it. So let's go back and try this again. So let's upload. And the issue. So what is getting? Let me see this. Let me check. Wait, let me put this like this. Still inside the PDF. It's not getting the file PDF error. Detect type. Invalid page request. So we have issue inside this. Extract text from PDF. But let me see if we check our app stash. Let's see if at least we got this uploaded. So I can do data browser. Yeah, as you can see, we have the file uploaded, but it's returning. Okay, what's the issue here? Check again. Invalid request. Digest. Okay, can we at least get some valid errors so I can? Okay. So I'm getting the file data from Redis, the key, and if there's no file abandoning it, the file is file got the new as if type of file data equals to object and file data is not null. I'm gonna check if it's match our structure, so it's gonna do file data which taking the type and the data which is number. So if buffer the type and array is array, buffer type dot type file buffer new. Okay, so here PDF await document taking the data and the file, so it's the promise. I'm gonna get let index. Maybe let me take this index of 1 and I'm gonna do equals to pdf.num page. Okay, if num page const page equals to await get page as content, await page get text content, items.map equals to any tac. Consort log error. Let me hope this works, because after this can do upload. Okay, we got 200 actually, so which means if we check inside our Redis database, refresh this, we have the file, but this means we have detected the type. We have the type, so now we have to move on to the next step. I don't think we have anything else inside of this. I'll try to analyze this. We don't have anything else, but as you saw, we have for the detect type is working, what you can do, we can go back, set the upload model. We can maybe for now we can go ahead and log what type of contract we got. So console.log what data we have received. Let's refresh this, give it and to upload any PDF file you have, and I'm looking for anything, so I'm gonna upload this. Can go ahead and do analyze with AI. If it's correct, we're gonna get a response inside our console. Perfect. As you can see, we have the type, so which means our services are working. So it has given us the type as employment type. This is good. This is good. Okay. So now we can move on to the next step, and which is the step where we will actually analyze this and get in the results. Okay, so let's go ahead and implement that. So after the user has done clicked on that, we can show them what type of contract we got. So I can go here outside of this upload case. We can add another case. Let me see here. Is it here? Case. If it's detecting case. Let me see. Yeah, this case one. The case detecting. If it's on the detecting case, we can show something else. We can show animate presence again, and inside of this we can get the motion div. So we can show inside, we can show a loader, so we can show a loading state for this, and can give it a class name of size 16. You can animate spin, and can make the text to be primary. Instead of this, we can have a paragraph. You can give it a class name margin top of 4, text large, font semi-bold. Okay, so here you can do detecting contract type. Alright, and after this we can go to the confirm case, so where user will be confirming if the contract is correct. So we can do confirm, and let me see, are we returning this? So we're supposed to return this, return all of this inside here. Okay, here we can also return animate presence, and this time we can show in the div, and inside of it we can give the paragraph class name font semi-bold, and inside we can say we have detected the foreign contract type. and after this, inside we can add a span, and we can give it the contract type. After this paragraph, we can add up another paragraph. We can do, would you like to analyze this contract with our AI? And that's and outside of this div, we can add another div which will be rendering our buttons. So you can see flex space x4, and you can add a button, say yes, I want to analyze it, and another button which will be like no, try again. So now this is too long. No, try another file, something like that. Okay, so in this button, when you click on this, I wanna on click, gonna do undo analyze contract, and on this one, on click, we can set the step to be the set step, can take it back to the upload, and the variant gonna be outtrying. So let's try this again. Let's click on upload. Let me treat this, and let me add this one. Let's analyze this. So analyze. Okay. Looks good. Now we have detected the foreign contract type, which is employment. Would you like to analyze this with our, but before we click on any of these buttons, we can go ahead and style to make this look much better. So let me go on this div and give it a class name of flex core space y of 4 and engine bottom of 4. Okay, so starting to look good. For this I will remove these class names, and maybe for this one can make font semi-bold, make it for semi-bold, and yeah, I think this looks fine. Very fine. Let me go on bottom. So what you can do for this button, this one, I can add a class name of flex1. Let's see. Flex1. So now we have the contract type, and we can go ahead and send it to the backend. But before we do that, we can, let me try again this. I want to center this loading animation because for now it looks very bad. So let's see how can we start it. Can go inside of this div, can give it class name of flex core, and gonna be item center, justify center, padding y of 8. Okay, look good. And for this, it's fine for now. So this confirm step where user will confirm if the contract is correct, and this one works. We can detect this, and now let's see if we get the results and we get them saved inside of our database. But to see that, maybe we can add another step when it's processing, so we can see the animations when it is processing. But for now, we can just go outside of this one. We can add case processing. Okay, when I return animate presents, and we can inside of gonna return the motion div, motion.div. And can just, for now, we can just add. Later on, we're gonna come back to this and animate it. So we can say we waiting for now. So we know something is going on. So let me go ahead and click on this tag. Let me check the terminal. Okay. We got an error 500. This is not what we want. So we're getting this error. To work 500. Preview. Try to analyze the contract. What is the issue? Okay, let me go back to the contract controllers. Go back to the contract controllers, and seem like on the line 80 we have a problem. This is what we're analyzing. So why did it not? Let's comment this for now, and also you can log. You can do console.log. And the console.log the analysis. So go here, analyze. Yes, I want to analyze. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, we are actually getting the response, but we are not getting the summary. Is not getting. We are not getting this. Summary is required. So there's something wrong inside of our AI services. summary, comprehensive summary of this. Okay, let me see. I don't know why it's not providing us this. You can also do yeah. Same error. Why is not returning the AI services? So summary. Okay. Provide don't forget to include the summary. Include the summary in your response. Hopefully this will fix it. Huh. Why is he not? Okay. This seems about right, but I think we need to format this. So let's see what we are returning. We are returning results, model, generate content, prompt, const response, result be if I wait this. I don't know if this will fix anything, but anyways, at this point, why not? Okay, nothing doesn't fix anything. and let's see the model. So for the model, we are validating summary required true. Yeah, I think we need to format this response and we can return that. So what I'm gonna do let text goes to response dot text, and after this I'm gonna add I'm gonna remove any markdown formatting. Alright, so we have to format this. So what we can do, we can remove the markdown formatting, so we can do text dot replace, and we can go ahead and get this regex. So regex gonna be like this: 1 2 3 and JSON, and it's gonna take in this one and question mark line, and again like this, a question mark, and it's gonna take in the double. So on the end we can trim it, you can just trim it, okay? And inside here I'm done another try catch, and we're gonna go inside of this, you can add a comment. So here we're gonna attempt to fix the common JSON errors. So we can do text equals to text dot replace for this one. The regex are a bit complicated, so I'm gonna paste it inside. So this one will ensure all the keys are quoted, and also the second one will ensure all string value are properly quoted, okay? And this one will just remove any trailing commas. So after this one we can do const analysis, gonna be equal to the JSON, and we're gonna pass in the text, and we're gonna return the analysis. Okay, so if there is any issue at all, you can do console.log log error passing the JSON, and you can return nothing. Alright, and after this, outside of this one, we're gonna do const fallback analysis, and inside this we're gonna have the risk, we're gonna have the opportunities, we're gonna have inside the opportunities, which is array, and also gonna have the summary which gonna be string, or let me see, maybe I should I'll give it types later, and can do for now. Maybe for the summary, if we have any issue, we can add error analyzing. So this is the fallback, like if anything goes wrong. So we're just gonna set this to these ones. And after this, outside, still inside of the analyze contract, we're gonna do, let me see, we're gonna extract risks. We're gonna extract all risks we have in here. So we can do const risk match, gonna be equal to text dot match, and we have to adding a regex. So this is the regex we're gonna put in, and you can do if risks.match. If risks match, you can, in the fallback analysis, you can do get the risks, and you can set them to risk match. You can get the second one. You can split it. You can just add it like this. Let's add it like this. Let me see. Risk map, risk, and I will define the types later after this. So we're gonna go inside here. We're gonna do const risk match, gonna be equal to the risk dot match the risk, yeah, the regex about light. So we're gonna do const explanation match, gonna have in the risk to match, regex, check this. Okay, good. Now we're gonna return inside here. We're gonna return the risks. We're about to risk.match, the first one, and also can run unknown. Okay, and for the explanation, we can do the same thing. So we can get the explanation match or explanation match, the second one, and we can do the I know. Okay, so now you're gonna go outside of this. Let me see, risk match. Okay, risk match equals the if risk match. I'm gonna go outside. If risk match, can do one thing, can for the opportunities now extract opportunities. So we can do the same thing. So once opportunities match, we're gonna go to the text.match opportunities, and we pass in the regex. And if opportunities match, so we're doing the same thing. We're gonna do fallback analysis. We're gonna take in fallback analysis does split. So the same thing we was doing earlier, and inside of this we're gonna do the same thing for this, but this time it's gonna be for the opportunity. So yeah, for constant opportunity match, I'm gonna go to opportunity match. I'm gonna look for this text opportunity match, yeah, and we're gonna take the explanation match, opportunity match, explanation, and for now we don't need this. We don't need this risk. We can just return opportunity, and yeah, let me remove this impact because we don't have it. Okay, so for now I think this is all, and we can go outside of this. So outside if risk match, we can extract the summary. So we can extract the summary. We can do const summary match text.match summary, if summary match, fallback analysis, yeah, and also we can extract for now. Let's see if this will work. We can just return the fallback analysis. Okay, let's see what we did wrong. Oh yeah, we don't have to return this. This was the issue, because this means we are not getting anything, so we are returning, so we don't have to return anything. For these types, we can give them types. But basically, we can give them types. We already have the types for these, so we can go on top and try to define these. So after this, you can go here and do interface fiber analysis. It's gonna have the a disk gonna be a string, but we already have a disk in our model, so we can export this. Can copy this, here, and for the opportunity as well, let's copy this, let's put it on top. Interface, this one, we're gonna remove this severity, and the impact, we don't need the impact. So risk, and you're gonna have the opportunity, which is the opportunity. Okay, it's gonna have the summary, which is the type of string, and this looks good for now. So where we are using this, can go ahead and give it this type. So const list match goes to where we're using this. So instead of just giving this, we can go here and we can give this a type, which is equals to fiber analysis. Good. So these are good for now. So hopefully this will fix our issue. Yeah, so I can go ahead and this. So npm and div for backend, and also npm and div for our client side. Yeah. Let me do this. So let's go ahead and upload a new contract. Let's open this model. Let me clear this, and now I can go ahead and select this contract. Yeah, so this is just a simple fake contract. So I close this, and let's include it here. So I'm gonna add it. I'm gonna do analyze with AI. So for the type, we got 200. Now for the analyze, let's go. Let's see. I'm hoping we can get 200. But it's okay. If we get any errors, we'll try to fix them. It's part of development. Oh, look at this. Whoa. So our formatting worked, and yeah, we got the results. So we got the results, and let's go check our database. So let me go check my database to see if there's anything. Also, we can go ahead, or let me just go this tag test. Yes, we got something. Finally. Okay, this is perfect. As you can see, we have list of lists. Inside of this, we have the list, we have the explanation, we have the severity, medium, we have the second one, medium, we have the okay, we have the overall score, we have the wow performance, X rating, experience. So the version, the language is English, the contract type is employment, and yeah, this is perfect, guys. Let me check my ladies database. Let's see if we get something in here. Let me just log in. Okay, come on. Yeah, yeah, I think we still have this file, but I should delete it. Should read it when we're like after 1 hour or something. But for now, guys, as you can see, this is perfect. It's working, it's saving our data inside of the database, and good job. This is really good. So the issue was this with the formatting. So we needed to do some bit of formatting this and to get it done. So we like fixed the JSON errors we may receive, and we try to handle all of that. So we try to extract the risk from this. We extracted the opportunities, and if there's no explanation, we get the second one, and otherwise we return the unknown. Also can extract the summary, and for return we are returning a good results. So yeah, good job, guys. So good. And I believe we have the user ID. So this is the user who created this, and now we can go ahead and actually render this in our client. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going inside the client. So inside of the app, the private folder, inside of dashboard, I'm going to add a new page. I'm going to call it results, and inside of this I'm going to add a page.tsx, and all I'm going to do for now, I'm just going to export default function. Can call it contract results results page, and here I can get the cost to use contract store from our Zastand, and I can do analysis results. I can get the analysis results. Okay, so let me go inside of this stand. Let's see what is that. So we can get this, can get the results, and can pass it here. Okay, so for now maybe I can return, so return a div, and we can do JSON, dot stringify analysis results. So let's go back to our frontend, and let me go to the dashboard / results. Okay, use client. So let's add use client on top of this page. Use client, and as you can see now we have an empty array. That's okay. That's because the results are gone. We can go ahead and check out our upload model. So after this is processing, we can show user something else like go to the results or something just like that. And let's design this page. Let's design this stage when the user is waiting. We can add some cool animations. So let's go ahead and start doing that. So I'm gonna go inside of this div. I'm gonna give it the initial. So I'm gonna get the opacity of 0, and I'm gonna get scale. Can keep it to 0.9, and also I can go to animate. And give the opacity to 1 and the scale to 1. Exit, I'm gonna give it the opacity to 0 and scale to 0.9. Okay, and I can give it a class name. So the class name gonna be flex call item center and justify center, padding y of 8. Okay, inside this we can render another motion div. So motion dot div, and also this one I can give it some animations. I can do animate, and I'm gonna give it object, another object, and inside of this I'm gonna do scale. It's gonna be an array of 1 and 1, 1.2 and 1. So I'm gonna rotate this. I'm gonna rotate this to be 0 and 360. After this, I'm gonna add a transition. Which is gonna be duration of 3, and repeat gonna be infinity, and it's gonna be is in out. Okay, so inside this we can add any icon we want. For this I'm gonna add this brain icon from Lucid React. So I can give it some class name age of 20, or we can just do size of 20. Yeah, size of 20. I'm gonna make the text to be primary, and outside of this div we can add another motion.paragraph, and inside of this we can try to animate this. So we can do initial gonna be equals to the opacity 0, and I can make this 20, and for the animate gonna be the scale 0, opacity to 1, and I can make this y gonna be equals to 0. Can do transition gonna be the delay. I'm gonna make this delay of 0.5. so I can now go ahead and give it class name. Gonna be margin top of 6, text large, font symbol, text gray 700, and inside here I can add some text. So you can do AI is analyzing your contract. Perfect, this looks good. And outside of this paragraph you can add another motion.div, and this one gonna give it class name of width 64, height of 2, background of gray 200, rounded of full, margin top of 6, and overflow gonna be hidden. Okay, so inside of this and do initial. It's gonna be of the width 0, and met is gonna be 200%. For duration 10 is better. And for this I can make it line here for the transition. And inside of this we're gonna render another motion div, motion.div. And inside of this I can do class name. Now here make it h4 page of primary, and here I can do initial. It's gonna be with 0%, 0%, 0%. I can do unmet gonna be 100%. For the transition gonna be 10. Yeah, and yeah. So this div can be self-closing. Okay. And let me see. After this, in this div, I can let me see. So inside of this div with the width of 64. After this one is rising. After this I can add another paragraph, so I can copy this one on top, paste it here, and I can give it the opacity of 0, no need for the scale. I give it opacity of 1, I give it delay of 1. Can change this class name to margin top of 2. Text can be small, and I can move this symbol. Can give it of, this may take some time. Okay, so after this we have this div which taking the self-closing div. Okay, so now if we go ahead and analyze this to look better, but now let's go to the final case, which is the case done. So you can go outside of this case, processing case, and I can go ahead and do case done. And what we wanna do, we wanna return something as we always do, and make presents. And inside of this you can get the motion div, and for this we can just go inside. We come back to the animations later. Maybe we can turn some alert and do UI chat. Can return this, can turn this to show some alert. Yeah, so let me go inside of this, let me install this alert. Yeah, and inside of this I can render that, so I can do alert from UI, and it can give it margin top of 4 to make it. Inside of this I can just say alert title, can give it success, analysis completed, and I can go ahead and give it the description, alert description, and I can say your contract has been analyzed, you can, we are there, you can now view the results. Yeah, there is that. And after this alert, we can render another div. So motion div, and can go ahead and add buttons inside of this. So I'm gonna add a button. So a button gonna be equals to view results. So what this gonna do, it's gonna take us to the results page, and also another one, another one which means close. Okay, so for this one, I want it to push us to the router, to the results page. So I can go ahead on top, I can do const router, go to use router from next navigation. Good. So after this one, I can go inside of this, I can do on click can do router dot push dashboard slash louds slash results, but on close we can just do on click, gonna handle on close, click handle close. Okay, and I can give it a variant of outline. For this div I can separate this, so I can do class name margin top of 6. So let's go and check this out, guys. So refresh this just to be sure. Yeah, and can go click on upload, select my contract, can click on analyze, detecting the type. We can go ahead and see if what we have done is working. So I can go and yes, I want to analyze, click. Okay. I don't know why this big text is showing, but as you can see we have a progress bar, but I have to figure out why this is showing like this. Basically this is it's analyzing, but did it just close? It's closed. That's weird. Go to results. What do we have? Okay, let me see why. I can for now I can set this step to upload to processing, so I can see why this is showing. Why is it showing like this? Let me see. Let me check why this is the issue. I can go inside here. Okay, so after this div we have this paragraph. Give it the class name margin top, text range, and so this is another paragraph, first paragraph. It's the first one. One. Okay, so I have the initial opacity of 0. Oh, if it was this is just supposed to be y, not scale. That look weird. I don't know if this is the issue. Yeah, So this was the issue. As you can see now, this look perfect. So this is what will show when our AI is analyzing. Good. Also, yeah, let's check our done step, how it look like. So I can go on top and set done as the, yeah, this doesn't look correct at all. Let me put this side to side so I can know how to fix this. Yeah, good. Let me close my, okay. Okay, so this looks good for now, but we can change this. And what we can do, we can go on the bottom, the step of done, and this step done. We have the div, this div. We can give it some class name. Let's see what we can do with this. Or the div that holding the buttons, this one. I can give it another class name. I can make it flex call, and yeah, it's look better. And I can put in some space of 3. Good. I can add in some margin top of 6 just to make it so, oh, I already have this. I can also add space 6, can make it relative. So yeah, this look much better. Yeah, okay, this is fixed for now. Yeah, okay, so this look fine. And let's put the step back to the upload step. Okay, but let's see why this is not getting the results. So as you can see, we have the set analysis results, so we are setting them, and let's see what we are doing. Let's check this. We are going inside of on success. See the type. After this, we have the analyze. We are setting up the analysis results. We are setting up the data, and we can set the step to done, so I can see that. Also for now, let me console log this data response.data. So let's check this again and make sure to put your contract. So I can bring this, I can open my terminal on the side, can do analyze with AI. Yes, I want to analyze this, and I'm gonna take some time to analyze. Yeah, as you can see, we're getting the correct results actually. So this is the results. Yeah, we're getting this. Okay, we don't have recommendations, opportunities. Disk is empty. This is weird. Okay. Okay, so let me see why when we are done is on upload complete. Let's go inside of this page, not this one, but inside the main page. So on upload complete, we are setting up. Oh, okay, this is what we are doing. So on upload complete, we can keep it to true, so we can choose to close it ourselves. So let's upload this again. Let me refresh. Let me add this document, analyze. Yes, I want to analyze. It's gonna take some time to get the results, but once it's done, it should show us the success button. Good. So if I click on this, it should, what it should do, it should take me to the dashboard / results. Good. So as you can see, now we have all the results. We have to find a way to render this in a nice way, so in a clean way, and we can render this. Okay, so let's go ahead and start implementing the component to render this. Okay. Okay, so for rendering the component, the nice looking component, we need to get the types for this. So let me close this up. So let me first save this. Okay, so I save it, close, and I can close everything. And inside of client, I will create another folder and create interfaces. So we have to get the safe types for this. Not the client, we can put it inside the SRC folder. Okay. And we can call this one contract dot interface.ts. Okay, so inside this, it's gonna look similar to what we have in our contract model. Actually, it's the same. So it's the same thing we're gonna be rendering here. Okay, so we can go ahead and we can copy this. Let me see. Go inside of contract interface. Or actually, you can go to my GitHub and you can get these interfaces for this. So as you can see, this is everything you get back. So yep. So we can go back now and try to implement the component. So the component, we're gonna reuse it multiple times. So let's go and do that. Okay, this is okay. Let's do this. So inside SRC components, I can. Do I have to create another folder? Add another folder. Yeah, let me add another folder. I like creating folders, so I can make it analysis, and the component I can call it contract /analysis results .tsx, and you can export default function contract analysis. Okay, and you can take in the props. We need an interface, so interface of iContract analysis. results props. So we're gonna have the analysis results inside of this. Analysis results are gonna be equal to our contract interface. So contract analysis is gonna come from our interfaces, and we're gonna check if let's take the contract ID, gonna be a string. We're gonna come back to this, of course, and inside of this we need some const active tab, because we're gonna be set multiple tabs, and I'm gonna use the state. I'm gonna set this to summary. By default we're gonna be on this tab. Can return. Okay, so we're gonna return a div. I'm gonna give it a class name of container, mx of auto, adding x of 4, adding y of 8, and let's save this. You can go in our page, set the results. Results, and we can try to render this component. So let's see, let's render it here. So I'm gonna do contract analysis results, and what do we have to take? But let's make sure we include these props inside of this. So tag and a contract props. So we have to make sure we add the contract ID. Contract ID is gonna come from this analysis results. So analysis results dot underscore ID, analysis results. We're gonna just be equal to analysis results, and yeah, this is all for now. So analysis results, user ID, risk, opportunities, and more. And user contract store. Okay, so this analysis results actually we can get in the state, and the state is gonna be equal to state dot analysis results. All right, so we got this, and if we come here, there's nothing, but let's go ahead and keep working on this. So inside of this, I can go ahead and render another div. I'm gonna give it a class name of flex, justify between items of center, margin bottom of 6, and I'm gonna give it h1. This is gonna be analysis results. Since you can see something now. Okay, that's because we don't have anything. For now, just to test, let's just render anything. Okay, let me see. Of course, let's save this. Okay, so this is what we have. This is just, we can design our UI. We can come back to this later. Let me do class name. Gonna be called text XL. Font is gonna be bold. Let me save this. Let me turn on my auto save. So I have to always come to this. Good. And after this h1, let's return another div. Gonna be class name flex. I'm gonna do space x of 2, and inside of this div we can inside of this div we come back to this data because this is where we add our ask AI button, right? So we come back to this. So let's see, after this div and this second one, but still inside of this one I can render a card. So let me go back to my shard scene and just get the card. So I can install this card. Oh, damn it. Alright, so I can get the card from UI card, can give it class name, margin bottom of 6. Let me go back to my dashboard. Okay, can go inside of this, can give it inside. I get the card header. Inside the card header I can get the card title, and I'm gonna do gonna show the overall score of this contract. So our contract score. Okay, and after this card you can do other card descriptions, and we can do based on list and opportunities identified. And after this description, card header, you can header the content. So card content, you can go inside of this in the div class name, gonna be flex item center and justify between. Okay, here I can do another div in the class name. It's gonna have width of 1 divided by 2. So inside of this we're gonna have another div as well. So we're gonna be class name of flex items of center space x of 4, margin bottom of 4, and inside of this div we can add another div and give a class name of text for Excel, and the font is gonna be bold. Okay, so here we can render our analysis results, but here we have to get analysis results. So the contract ID, yeah, we are not getting anything. So if you don't have anything, just render 0. Okay, this is not gonna work for now. Well, we can do one thing, you can just comment it out and then the random number. Okay, we're gonna come back to this, of course. So after this overall score, you can have another div. So let's see, outside of this div we're gonna add another div. We're gonna add a class name. The class name gonna be dynamic, I think. and we're gonna have the class name flex items of center, and gonna come back to this later. Inside of this, I want to render an icon. So which icon do I want to render? Okay, so for this icon, I want it to be dynamic based on the score we got. So I can go on top here and I can do one thing, can do post get score gonna be equals to this, and I'm gonna do const score goes to analysis result dot score. But as you know, we don't have this, so can get 54. This is just for now. Return we're gonna done. So if score 70 can return an icon. It's gonna be arrow up icon from Node React. Also the color is gonna be different. The color is gonna be text hash green 500, and we're gonna have a text. So text is gonna be good, and I'm gonna do the same thing. If it's like this, I can do 50. Can have this to red, and can have this. Okay, I can return arrow up text yellow average, or I can have another icon. So I'm gonna have it minus. For this one, I'm gonna have arrow down. So I can do const score trend, go to get score. So I can go back inside of this. Can go back inside of this, and for this one we can cut this out, and we can do put it back, but also do the score trend dot color. Okay, so as you can see, we're already getting this error. So for now, let's cut this, put it here, put it here. I'm gonna come back to this. Okay, and inside of this, I'm gonna put in score trend dot icon. It's gonna ask score trend dot icon. It's gonna have size of 6. It's gonna have margin light of 1, and after this we have a span which is gonna render the text. Okay, so I'm gonna give it a class name of font semi-bold. Yeah, and after this, outside of this div, and again outside of this div, I can add another div, class name. It's gonna have space y of 2, And inside I have another div. We're gonna have a class name of flex. Justify between text small, and inside of this I can add span. Gonna call it risks. So we're gonna show our risks here, and inside here another span. For now we can render at 3%. Okay. Yeah, we can add the class names to this. Do we really need to? This look okay for me. So after this specify two, inside of this div I can add another one, copy this down, and this one, for this one it's gonna be just by between too small. It's gonna be for the opportunities. So opportunities. I'm spelling this code wrong. Can you help me here, buddy? Opportunities. So the opportunity is gonna be anything. You can keep it like this. This is just so we can design our results page. Okay, looking good. So we can go outside of this div, and again outside of this one, the one with, yeah. So we're gonna go outside of this, and so I'm gonna go outside of this div, outside of this one. I can have an paragraph, the class name of text more, text gray 600, margin top of 4, and you can do this score represent the overall risk opportunities in the contract. You can type whatever you want here, guys. Okay. So outside of this div, I'm gonna add another div. This is where we're gonna render our chart here. So for chart, you're gonna use CN chart. So chart, you can come here and choose any chart you like. For me, I think I'm gonna use this one. I'm gonna use this chart. Let me see the code for this. Okay. Yeah, it's doing okay. So we can go on how to install this. So chat. Oh, I'm already on this. Okay, documentation. Add chat. So I'm gonna do npx chat add chat, and let me see now. So inside of this div we can add a class name. I'm gonna add in h48. Okay. Alright, so let's make sure we're outside of this. Good. Yeah, looks good. Okay, so inside of this we're gonna render our chart. So let's see which chart we want. I need this one. You can see the code. Can get the card, and let me get these imports, and also yeah. So instead of putting everything here, you can go ahead and add a chart for this. So charts, chart j6. Yeah, let me import these imports, and I'm gonna start implementing it. So I can do export default function. I call it over score for chat. Okay, I'm gonna have interface. So interface square props. I'm gonna have the over score, which is a number, and I'm gonna structure this over score. So inside of this, we can go ahead and start using this. So I can do const by chat data. I'm back to array. Inside of this, we're gonna have a name, which is the risks, and the value are gonna be 200 minus over score. I'm gonna fill this. So for the colors, let's see, for the colors, can get this one. Get this one. So this chat one, and I can copy this down one more time. Now for this one, I'm gonna put for opportunities. So this one's gonna be just the over score, and I can make this chat 2. And outside of this, we can do const chat config. I'm gonna enter the value, okay, and then the value is gonna be equal to value. Gonna go outside of this. Let's have the risks, which is equals to label risk, and for the color we get the chat 1. So same thing for the opportunities, but for the color we get the color number 2. Okay, and also you can see chat config. Okay, we can make sure we include these types, so satisfies chat config. Okay, let me see the issue here. This is supposed to be label. And finally, we can go ahead and return this div here, and let's go inside of this, and we can run over score chat, which needs taking this score. For now I can just give it a number like 78. Yeah, so let's go inside of this. Let's start implementing this. So I'm gonna give it a class name of w full, height of 48, and inside of this you can get the chat container, and here we're gonna pass in our config. So config chat config, and give it a class name, mx auto. So aspect gonna be square, and the maximum height is gonna be a custom height, gonna be 250 pixels. Okay, and inside of this we can render our pie chart. So okay, and our pie chart, and inside of this I can get the cursor. See the cursor. Inside of this I can get another one, chart tooltip. Okay, this is the one. Now it's one I'm gonna take in the cursor. If we need the cursor, and after this we're gonna render the content. So the content is gonna be the chat tooltip content. Yeah, and let's go inside of this. Actually this can be self-closing because this is just the tooltip. Alright, so inside here we're gonna render the pie, which is not self-closing, and inside of this I'm gonna get the data, which is the pie chart data, and we're gonna get the data key. I'm gonna call it the value, and we're gonna get the name key, which is name. I'm gonna take in the inside of this. Inside of this you can take, so as you can see we're already getting something. Yeah, you can get the label. So for this label you can give it content, you can get the content, gonna be the view box, and I can go outside of this, can do like this, and can okay. So the if viewbox, let me see what it is. If viewbox and go to cx in viewbox and cy viewbox. Alright, what you're gonna do, I'm gonna return a text. Return a text, and inside of this you're gonna have this band, and inside of this band we're gonna have the overall score. So the overall score, you can add percent here, outside of this T-span, I'm gonna have another T-span, and inside of this you can add the text score. Okay. All right, so I think this is off for now, and this label is self-closing. This is off for now, but this should not be showing like this. Showing like this. Let's see inside of this. We have this. Flex item center and flex item center. Just right between. Let's see how I can center this. So can give this maybe let me see, flex item center, just for center, flex just for center. So for this page, we can finish it up. We can add more. We can add. We can add in the inner radius. You can change this styles for this. Inner radius gonna be 60. Okay. It's looking good already. It's gonna be 60. And we're gonna add outer radius and be 80. Be too small. About 96. Or we can just keep it like it is now. So this is the opportunities and this the risk. Okay. And we can do padding angles. Gonna make it 5. Yeah. Look perfect. Okay. Okay, this is good. Yeah, okay, so let's go ahead and keep working on this. So after this one, this is all for the card content, and now we have to get our tabs. So let's get the tabs. And I'm gonna use these tabs. So let's go ahead and install this. So install. Okay, so tabs are done installing. Let's close this. So inside the analysis results, after this div, outside of the card, I'm gonna render the tabs. Okay, on the value, we're gonna set it to the active tab. On value change, set active tab. Okay, let's see. Yeah, and here we're gonna add class name, margin bottom of 6, and inside here we can add tab list, gonna give it class name of grid w4 grid course of 4, and inside of this tab list you can add tab trigger. So the first one gonna be the value for summary. Okay, summary, and we're gonna have multiple tabs. So this is the first one, and after this you can add another more, 1 2 3 4. We're gonna have 4 tabs, and this second one is gonna be risks. So risks, and other one gonna be opportunities, and text gonna be opportunities. For this one gonna be details, and it's gonna be details. All right, so these are the tabs. Okay, all the tabs now. Looks good. And after these tabs we can render the content. So we can go ahead after the tab list, and you can add tab content, and it's gonna be have the value for the summary. Okay, see this is the first one. So inside here I'm gonna enter the card, and here card header, and inside we're gonna have card title, contract summary. Okay, contract summary, and after the card title and card header, you can go and enter the card content. We're gonna have summary for this, so analysis result of summary, that class name of text large, and reading relaxed. Of course we're gonna get an error because we don't have that data now. You can comment this out. This is summary of the contract. Okay, yeah, after this one we can do the same thing for risks. So after this tab content, we'll have another tab content for risks. So I'm gonna add a card, and inside of this card header and card header I'm gonna have the card title, which I'm gonna say risks. So let me go inside of this. risk, and after the card header, I'm gonna this one's gonna be a bit complicated because we wanna render risk. If user is a premium user, we want to render like 1, 2, 3 risks, and if user is not is premium, you can render everything. So for this to work, let me go outside of the card header, card content, and here I'm gonna create another function on top, and I'm gonna do maybe after this one you can do const render risks and opportunities. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna do items. We're gonna take the items, we're gonna put the array, okay. Inside this, we're gonna have an object which gonna have risk. It's gonna be optional string, opportunity, optional string. We're gonna have an explanation. So explanation gonna be string, and we're gonna have severity. Yeah. So for now, I can just make it string, and we're gonna have impact string. So it's optional. Okay. So I'm gonna have type go to risk or opportunity. So for this, we need to, let me see, type. Okay, this is not supposed to be like this. This is supposed to come inside of this. So let me go and put them just inside. Okay, so let me remove this like this, and we can go ahead and remove this. Yeah. So here we're gonna go inside of this, we're gonna do const display items, and for now, for this one, we're gonna take another prop. We're gonna call it is active, which means if the user subscription is active or not. So let's add it here. Gonna be a boolean, and we can go to the page is active to true. Let's set it to true for now, and let's go inside of this. So we're gonna do is active, and we're gonna enter the items. If not, we're gonna slice it. We're gonna just render 3 items for this. Okay, and if user is not active, we can also show them like some fake items. I'm gonna show you how we're gonna render that. It's gonna look very cool. I'm gonna do risk type is equals to risk opportunity. Yeah, and we're gonna do opportunity. Let's go to opportunity, and we can do hidden risk, and if not, it's gonna be undefined. So opportunity type equals to opportunity. It's gonna be equals to hidden opportunity, otherwise it's gonna be undefined. Okay, so for the explanation, hidden explanation, and on the severity, medium, impact. Oh, okay, so after this we have defined this. We can go outside of this and we can return something. We can return a URL, and maybe for now we can just render it here, so we can do render opportunities, risks, and yeah. To test, I can test this. I can render the risks inside of. Can just render something. Actually, okay, so this is now for now, and we can go here, set this URL. We can render another one, so we can come back inside and we can start using the display item and get the item and the index. Here we're gonna import from a motion, import from a motion. Can go to the motion, and you can go inside of this and do motion dot div, not motion, but motion dot li, and inside of this we can get a div, class name of flex, justify between, and items of start, margin bottom of 2. Inside this, just get a span, get a class name of font, symbol, text large. Okay, stay inside of this, and now you can go inside of this and see if type goes to risk and item.risk opportunity. As you can see, this is for the risk. All right, after this span, you can render the this, you can render the severity or the impact. Okay, but for this also we need to have a badge, so return them inside of a badge. So let me get a badge from Shatsien. So let me go ahead, add a badge. So open this, add a badge. Good. And for this we're gonna get different colors based if the impact is low or is high, something like that. So you can go on top here and we can do const get severity color. It's gonna take in the severity as a string, so taking the severity of string, and it's gonna do the same for Let me just do this for now. I'm gonna do switch severity. So the case of high, gonna render and return BG of lead 500 or 100. Text gonna be lead of 800. Okay, so we can do the same to others. For the medium, it's gonna be yellow. For the low, it's gonna be green. Okay, so I can copy this and do for the const get impact color. I'm gonna take in the impact, so I'm gonna do the same thing. All right, so inside of this, after the span, you can add the get the item dot severity or item dot impact, and you can get the badge. Okay, let's see if you have something already. Yeah, we're getting something already. And inside of this badge, we can give it a class name, but first let's give it a type. So can give it item.severity. No, can give it item severity or item dot impact, and we're gonna go to uppercase. Okay, so we have this, and now I can go ahead and use our class name. I'm gonna bring this. I'm gonna check the type equals to risks. Actually, this is supposed to be risks, not just risk. So let me see whenever I'm using risks. This is opportunities, and this one is gonna be pro, so opportunities. So they're gonna be risks, and down here it's gonna be risks. All right, so for this one, we're gonna check if the type is equals to risk, and we're gonna render also the impact. Okay, so let me see. So as you can see, we're getting the colors. Okay, but I don't need the hover state. Okay, let me see, why is it showing like that? So it is a string, it's a strings, so should be good now. Okay, looks good. And outside of this badge, outside of this div, you can add a paragraph for the explanation. So yeah, and then explanation, you can add class name to this paragraph. Class name margin top of 2 and text gray of 600. Okay. Yeah, and now let's set the user to be like is active to be false. So if user is false, active is false, what do you want to render? For now we are rendering this tree, but if you go here and we render more than 3, like we render 1 2 3, we render so much, as you can see we're gonna still see only ones. So for example, for non-premium users, want to render something to make them see that if they upgrade they can get more stuff. Okay. So let's go outside of this and let's check is actives, not active, and items string and render the motion li, and inside of this inside of this we're gonna render div class name move flex justify between item start margin bottom of 2. Inside here we're gonna render type, go to risks and fake item dot risk, fake item dot opportunity. Okay, yeah, but it's not active to false. Let me go outside of this. Let me move this, put it inside of a span. Can give this class name of font symbol, text large, and outside of this I can render a badge. So in the badge, same as in the, but this time we're gonna be using fake items. So yeah, okay, but we can go ahead and add different class names. For this div, you can add class name. For this area, you can add a class name. You can make it border rounded edge 4. Okay, and you can blur this, so you can make it small. Yeah, so you can show the user that there is something else they are missing out. Yeah, so opportunities, risks. This way we're not seeing anything. As you can see, for free users they're gonna see this type of thing, so they can see that they are missing more features. If they upgrade they can get more. Alright, so also let's come back to this div. Let's add class name as well. Add class name of border download large, building 4. Okay, look good. I can go to this one and I can add class name of space y of 4. Add class name. Yeah, look good, look good. And on this I can add some animations, so I can do this. I can give it a key of index and I can give it the initial. It's gonna be opacity of 0 and y gonna be 20. Can do animate. Opacity is gonna be equal to 1. All right, let's see. Yeah, can add these animations. So during index duration 0. Okay, this looks good. But we can do the same thing for the fake items. So we can go here, fake items, can go here, and of course add this as well. But for the fake items we don't have the index, so can remove this key, can remove this duration, just add the duration. That'll be 1.1 or square 12. Good. So yeah, this look good, and I can go inside of the opportunities. So after the risks, we can go and render the opportunities. So it's gonna be similar to this one. So what I can do, I can copy this one, tab content, can copy this tab content and paste it here. In fact, this is gonna be for opportunities. Title is gonna be opportunities. Okay, and this one's gonna be, I'm gonna take the key of opportunities. Okay, we can go ahead and change this if you want, but I'm not gonna do that because we're gonna add actual data. All right, for the details, for this details page, we can let's see, opportunities. Maybe I can render something else. Like I can render like a button to ask user to upgrade. Let me see if that's a good idea. So after this, let me go inside of the risks. After this one, we can add another one if it is not active, and if it's not active, for now let's just do is not active. We're gonna do an end. Gonna end a paragraph, class name, margin top of 4, text center, text small, text gray 500, and inside of this I can say upgrade to premium and to see our risks. So as you can see, we have this text here, look good, and we can copy this and paste it here to see our opportunities. Okay, this looks fine. Actually, maybe can finish up the details and we can test it later. Okay. Yeah, this looks fine. Yeah. So after this tab, content for opportunities, can go after this tab, content for details, and this one is gonna be okay, do I want to separate this from another component? But this component is getting pretty long if you ask me. But and also we're gonna show this to users who are premium. So I'm gonna do if users premium, show this, otherwise show this. Let's see. Space premium, dark. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, let's fix this quick. Is active and it's not. Show this. Simple. Okay. We can do if it's active, we can render a div. Class name is gonna be grid. On medium devices, gonna be grid column of 2 gap 6. I'm so tired, guys. And set here, I'm gonna enter the card, and after this I'm gonna enter the card content, content, or can enter the card header first and get the card title. Okay, so let's make this to true to be active. That's why I don't see anything. I can go back here, and inside of the card content can enter UR class name of space y2. Inside of this can get these results dot key crosses dot map key cross, gonna link to any, so we're gonna get the index, and inside of this we're gonna get, can put inside the motion I'm gonna have the key of index, class name is gonna be flex items of center, and inside here we're just gonna render a key cross. Okay, this is gonna throw an error because we don't have anything. So yeah, for now I think this is fine. Can go outside of this card content, outside of the card, and you can get another one, another card, can give it card header, and can give it the card title. This one gonna be for recommendation. Recommendations. Okay, and of the card header, I can get the card content. Inside you can enter URL, class name, space y of 2. Inside of this you can enter the analysis results dot recommendations dot map, getting the recommendation and the index. Set here I can get the motion, and instead of this you can just return recommendation. Okay, and after this card content is if user is not active, so let's set this to false. Let's refresh this. Okay, if user is not active, we wanna render a card again, and a card, and here we're gonna render card header and card title, and we're gonna contract details. After this we're gonna do card content, and we can do paragraph. We can say upgrade to premium to see contract this, to see detailed analysis sizes, including key clauses and recommendations. Okay, and we can add a button after this. So button class name is gonna be margin top of 4, and inside of this can do upgrade to premium. All right. Yeah. So after this, can go ahead and render more content. So yeah, after these tabs, I'm gonna use this addition. So I'm gonna use this. Let me add this. Let me finish this up. Okay, so after the tabs, I'm gonna go ahead and add conditions, and the type is gonna be single, and it's gonna be collapsible. Class name is gonna be margin bottom of 6, and inside of this maybe for this we can just show for premium users. I don't know. For premium users, so let's go on top. We go on top after this. Let me close this up. You can say const render premium application. But this is gonna be for the paid users. So yeah, I'm gonna take in the content, which gonna be React Node, and inside of this, if is active, gonna return content, and if it's not, we're gonna return this. Return a div and give it a class name of relative, and we can go inside of this and use div a class name absolute, and set of 0, page white 50, backdrop blue of small, z50, set index, flex, items of center, justify center. Inside of this, I can render a button. And the variant is gonna be outline, and inside you can say upgrade a premium, and here we can get the content. So class name opacity is gonna be equal to 50, and yeah, can go back here on bottom. Inside of this, I'm gonna do random premium accommodation. We're gonna take in empty fragments, and we're gonna take the accommodation item, the value, and having the values contract details, and accommodation trigger, the trigger on having the contract. So we are seeing this because we are not premium users, but for the content is spread out, and we are seeing this upgrade to premium. So let's make us premium for now. Yeah, that's the issue. We're gonna get errors for. Yeah, let's go ahead and finish this up so we can just try it once again when we have the content. So addition content, gonna have in the div, gonna have a class name of grid, median gonna be grid course, and gap is gonna be 4. And inside of this, another div, and have class name of font, semi-bold, margin bottom of 2, and this div, actually let me remove this class name. I'll go here, add h3, and add the class name here, so I can give this for the duration and termination. And for the paragraph, I'm gonna give it analysis results. So analysis results contract duration. Let's copy down this paragraph, and this one's gonna be for the termination conditions, and they can have another paragraph or strong and say termination conditions. Okay, inside of this div, we can add another div, can give it class name of font, semi-bold, margin bottom of 2, and you can say legal information. Okay, so here I can add not this one. It's supposed to be the same thing as the one, but this one gonna be legal information. Okay, so after this I end a paragraph with strong and can do legal compliance, and here I can end analysis results that legal compliance. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually start rendering the content. So let me remove this. Okay, and the actual content for this. So analysis dot opportunities, same thing for risks. All right, let me see where else. Also this one, you can uncomment this, and let's see where else I will just rendering this one. We can start rendering the actual content for this. So here I can do opportunities dot analysis results dot opportunities. Can read the overlay score. Okay. Add the percent sign. And the risks, gonna do one, but we're gonna do minus 100. And let's go here. Let's do this. For not getting errors, but we can do also one thing. Can go on top, and after this you can see say if there's no analysis results, return if no results. Later on we can come back to this and change it, but for now this is all. So yeah, we have no results. So let's go to the page. Let's make sure we pass in the correct ID. This is dot underscore ID. All right, so let's try this out. Okay, let me go back. Let me upload my document again. So click on upload, and can add this one. So now I can go ahead and analyze it, and hopefully we get the results we want. Okay, still analyzing. Let's click on view results. Okay, so as you can see now we have the data from our database. Yeah, and we have the risks. These are the actual risks that we got from our analysis results. This is the opportunities with the actual colors, and this is the details. All right, so also for the contract details, as you can see on bottom, we have this. The contract can be determined by the party. So this look good for now. Yeah, this is what we have done. Yep, perfect guys. So let's check if we set this to false. Let's see what we see. As you can see, if you are not paid user, this is what we get. We get just 1, 2, 3, and we have to upgrade to see more. Also for the details, we will not see anything until we upgrade. Also maybe for this you can get the actual data from our database. So before I do this, let me turn off the autosave so don't lose this. And so for the overall score, for this score we can get the one from our database. We can do analysis results dot score. Okay, this is what we got from our database. So we can do also let's see where else are we using this. This is okay. These results. How about our I'm missing something. I can feel it. I can feel it. Oh dear, I'm so tired. So yeah, this is what we're missing. And now we actually get the data from our backend. All right, so this is looking good, and yeah, wow, this component became so big, like wow. Okay, so I'm not sure if we forgot anything, but if we did, and next step, I think we can go ahead and start working on our actual dashboard, like sidebar, and protect our sidebar, right? So are we forgetting to render something? Let me see. Add the details. Does it have default value? Collapsible. I wanted to see if by default we can make it collapse, but maybe after this coordination you can add another card, so card, and you can add card header, card title. You can add the negotiation points, so negotiation points. Can go outside of this, can get the card content, can add the URL, class name, gonna be to read, medium, read, cause of 2, gap of 2, and gonna go inside here, gonna map through this, so can render actually just the NI and get the point. So this is what we have, all of them. And we can maybe give it a class name of Rex and item center. Of course, save this. Yeah, so this is looking good. We actually made it look nicer. So okay, this I like these animations. Yeah. Yeah. This look fine for me. This look fine for me. If we forgot something, we can come back to this. But let me see. What about these first cards? Are we in the range? Yeah, this look okay. Yeah, this is fine, but we can fix this. You can center it, maybe put it over here, So let's do this. Okay. Okay, I'm tired right now, so what I'm gonna do, I'll continue this probably tomorrow, but for now we have achieved this, so it's enough, and we can go ahead and start implementing our actual dashboard, add our sidebar, our header, and protect this sidebar. So see you guys. Alright, so before we go back to the before we go and start showing the dashboard, we can go inside of our server, inside of CRC controllers, contract controller, and we can add another method to fetch our contract. So we can do export const get user contracts. Okay, it's gonna be async, and inside of this we're gonna get the user as always, const user, const the request user, and we're gonna do a try catch, and here we're gonna define the query we wanna use. So we do interface, let me see, query type, it's gonna have a user ID, it's gonna be to mongoose dot types dot object ID. Okay, and after this, inside the try catch, it's gonna do const query, it's gonna be got the query type, and inside of this I'm gonna have the user ID, it's gonna be equals to user dot underscore ID, and it's gonna be as mongoose dot types object ID, and here we're gonna go we can do const contracts equals to await constructs, and we're gonna find this by this query, and so we can add as filter query from mongoose, and it's gonna take in this type. Okay, so this is all for now, and I can go also, maybe I can sort this. I can sort by created that, and I can go on bottom and start rendering this. So there's the JSON contract. So this will give us all our logged in user contracts, and we can go inside the try catch, we can console log the error, try catch inside this, we can console.log the error, and so we can return something. So return JSON error failed to get the user contract. Okay, this look good. We can go inside of our louts. So inside of our louts contract, we can add another route. So let me copy this, and this one gonna be user contract. They have to be logged in, and also upload middleware. We don't need this, we just need to get user contracts from our controllers. So this is what we need. Let's start up this npm run dev. Let's go npm run dev to our client hardware, and this is now gonna be get. Okay, so let's close this. let's go to the shared scene. I'm gonna get this table, maybe the data table. Okay, so I'm gonna install this inside of our client. I'm gonna install this, and the next step we have to do is to add this one stack React table, and we can define our table. So let me go inside of this, inside the CRC components, and can create a new folder. I'll call it dashboard. So this is all the dashboard, and inside of this I'm gonna have user contracts, this 6, and you can go ahead and start implementing this. You can do export default function, user contract, and can return something. So return a div for now, user contract, and maybe we can go ahead and start using it somewhere. So go ahead and start using it inside of our dashboard page. So dashboard here, let's add this, let's remove this, and we can add our user contracts components. We don't get anything. Let me go inside of this, let me refresh this. User contracts, I can remove these class names for now. Okay, and let me go back inside of my component and start implementing this. So for this table, alright, let me go inside of this. I can do one thing. I can use React query again to fetch our contracts. So I can do const goes to use query from React stack. Inside of this I'm gonna can give this the types, contract analysis of array. Okay, so inside this we're gonna give it query key. It's gonna be user contracts, and the query function, we can define this query function somewhere like here. Let's do async function. Sync function, gonna call it fetch user contracts, and for now we don't need any params, so let's remove any params we get, and inside of this it's gonna return a promise of user contract, contract analysis, it's gonna be an array, and inside this we can do const response go await API dot get contracts, user contracts, and I can return the response dot data. Alright, So we can go in here in the query function, we can remove this, we can just call our fetch user contract. Okay, and now we can start using our table. So let's do const sorting, set is setting, and we can give this type from our sorting state. Sorting state, setting states. Okay, sorting state. Okay, can do this. Can get from the React stack. Let's take this, import here, can get the sorting state. Okay, and by default it's like this. And also we want to display our button to upload, so let's add the same component. So is upload model open, set is upload model open, by default is false. And now you can start defining our columns. So let's do const columns, UMNC. So do const column def. It's gonna take this. Inside of this, we're gonna get the accessor key, and this one's gonna be the underscore ID, and the header is gonna be this. Gonna take in the columns of inside of this. So column MN, I'm gonna go outside, gonna turn a button. Let's import this button, and inside of this I'm gonna get in the I'm gonna call it contract ID. Okay, and also I have to render the cell. So after this return to this, let me add a cell, and inside of this I'm gonna get the row, and here I can just return it directly. So I can get a div, give the class name font medium, and go inside of this. You can get the row, or to get the value of a string, because this ID. Okay, on the second one we're gonna need, it's gonna be our overall score. So after this one, after this accessor key, you can get another one. Let me copy this down, and for this one it's gonna be overall score. Should be getting the autocomplete, and for this one I'm gonna get the column as well. Get the column as well, but instead of contract ID I can say oh sorry, I'm still inside here. You can say overall score, and what we're gonna return for this button, I'm gonna put in let me see. Okay, this is fine for the low. Just leave it like this for now, and inside of this we can return the badge. So let's do badge, and inside of this I can return the okay, let's go. What I can do, I can remove this. I'll just try to make this look nice. So const score, now I go to Passport, I get the low dot get value of this one, get value this over score. So I'm gonna create a string. Okay, here we can return the badge, and inside of this I can go and add the text over a score. Okay, and also for now I think we can get this, and we can come back to this later if you want to change it. So I'm gonna go inside the return. Inside this I'm gonna add class name of container mx auto p6 space y of 8. Inside this I'm gonna add another div, class name flex, justify between 18 center, and I can add like h2 user contact. Let me go back here. Okay, contract. Alright, so after this you can add a button to render to upload our model. So we can add new contract. Alright, so inside this, if we click on this, we're gonna on click, we're gonna set the is upload model to true, so just like before. Okay, and after outside of this div we're gonna add another div. We're gonna give it class name of create with cause of 1, medium. We're gonna have grid of 3 and gap of 6. Inside of this we're gonna add the card, so card, and we're gonna add card header, and inside card header we're gonna have a card title, total contracts. Yeah, you can give this card header class name, so class name flex low, takes low. Items center justify between space y of 0 and bottom of 2. Okay, and for the title I can give it class name, text small, font medium, okay. After the card header you can get the card content. So card content, inside of this we're gonna have a div, class name, text to Excel, font bold, and yeah, bold. Here we can get the total contracts of this user, so we need to calculate that. And what we can do to calculate that, we can go on top of this return and we can do const total contracts. It's gonna be equal to contracts. Of course we need to get the contracts from here, so we get the data and we're gonna call it contracts. So this is gonna be contracts dot length goes to 0, and you can go here inside of this and you can get the total contracts. So as you can see, I have 5 contracts. Okay, this look okay I guess, but so see, it's because I'm too zoomed in. Yeah, the contracts, and can copy this class, this whole div, which not the grid but so I can copy down this card, paste it. We have the second one, and for the second one it's gonna be the average score, and you can calculate this one as well. So let's go on top here. I'll do once average score gonna be goes to total contracts and to 0 and have contracts that reduce. Okay, reduce I call it sum. This we can call it contract, and equal to sum, and okay, put it like this, and this one gonna be the contract over score or 0, and can come down here, remove this. It's gonna be else 0, and we can also say Okay, so this is 0. Outside of this, you can say add another one, 0, of course, but it's supposed to be outside of this. Yeah, so divide by the total contract or 0, but this one was to have a question mark here, and this one can be or 0. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna have average score to fixed. Supposed to be total contracts. Supposed to be total contracts. Can you add one last card, and this one's gonna be goes to our, like we're gonna show risks, like contract with high risks. So I'm gonna call this high risk contracts. Yeah. Okay, so we have to calculate this one as well. So we can go on top, can do const high risk contract. It's gonna be equals to contracts dot filter. I'll get the contract, and this can be equals to the, let's see, contract dot risk dot sum risk dot severity high. I'm gonna get the dot length, otherwise it's gonna go to 0. This is what we need for this. And you can come here and just render this. Okay, good. Now I can go ahead and start rendering our table. So go inside of this, add another div, class name, bounded of medium, md, and give it a border, save, yeah, and inside this we're gonna add the table. Make sure you import them from React table. I'm gonna have the table header, and the table, in the table header we're gonna so in this table header we have to get some data. So you can come to this, after this you can do const table equal to use React table, and you can get in. So this we have data, gonna call it contracts, or we have empty, passing our columns. Also can get for low model, gonna be equals to get low model from React. Okay, gonna get pagination low model is gonna be equals to get pagination low model. Okay, gonna do go on sorting change, we're gonna get sort change, and so we're gonna do get sorted low model is equals to get sorted low model, and we're gonna have a state which is just gonna be sorting for now, and can go back inside of this table header, and we can render our table data. So we can do table dot get header groups dot map, and we get header group. Inside here we can get the table low, and we're gonna pass in the key, which is gonna equals to the ID, and inside of this we can map through the header groups again. So header group dot map, we get the header, and here we can return the table header, table head. Okay, table head, and we can give it a key. So key gonna be equals to header.id, and inside of this we're gonna do header is a placeholder. Okay, header is a placeholder now, and after or else we're gonna do flex as we can do flex the ender from React can stack, and do header dot cream div get header, and also the header dot get context. Okay, so as you can see, we have what we defined: the contract ID, the overall score, and after this table low, and after this table header, can go table header, still inside the table we can get the table body. So table body, inside of this we can do table low get low model, the lows dot first let's check if we have anything. So we can do table dot get low low model gonna be equals to dot lows dot length, and we can pass in something, or we can do for now we can get it like this, otherwise get something else. Inside of this, if we have something, we can get the table low, or we can first of all we can map through this. So map through this, and inside of this get the table low, and we have the key low ID, that state get is selected. Also the get simple this table scene, if visible, say map.say, say id. Perfect. Okay, so we are getting our contracts. All right, and if there is nothing, we can render like can get table row, and you can say there is no results. Okay, no results found. Perfect. So this is all for now, and for our pagination, we can go outside of this table, outside of this div. You can add a new div, you can give it class name of flex, item center, justify end, space x of 2, adding y of 4, and you can add a button, and let's say previous, previous like this. Okay, I'm gonna give it a variant of outline, and I'm gonna give it size of small. Also on click, I'm gonna get page index 0, and it's gonna be disabled if there is no previous page. So we can do the same for the next page. Alright. So this is good for now, but we have to style this to look way better, because this is pretty ugly for now. But also, if you want to upload a new model, let's bring in our upload model inside here. So upload model without passing the state is open, is upload model open, on close, set is model upload false. So I can do on upload complete. That's what you want to do. And okay, we can add, yeah, this is all for now. It looks good. Okay, let me go ahead and try to style these, because they look very ugly for now. Also, we can get one more thing, we can get the contract type. So let me go here, and let me see outside of this. Let me close this return for now. Inside of this, after the overall score, we have 2 more. So yeah, let me get a new one. Let me copy this down, and this one gonna be, it's gonna be for our contract type. So contract type, yeah, contract type, gonna give it header. This is just gonna take in title, so it's gonna be contract type here. And for the cell low, and return a badge. for this, okay, contract type, like we have types, but let's style this to look way better. So can go on top, and try to render this nicely. So let me go on top here. Let me say const contract type class. Gonna have in the take in the key. It's gonna be a string. Yeah, gonna be key. The type of string, and this is just the types, not the types. Gonna be a string, and of course we're gonna return in the so if we have employment, if the type is employment, we're gonna have the bg to be blue 100, text blue 800. On hover, can make it the bg blue. Okay, the second one gonna be on disclosure. Let's put in a strings. Gonna have bg like this. Let's copy this down more times, 1 2 3, and this one gonna be if the type is sales. And this one gonna have the color of yellow. So this one is gonna be this contract. This one gonna be for services. Contract gonna be gray. And on bottom, this is for other. So other is gonna be, maybe you can make this pink, and this can stay as others. Yeah, so we have this contract. Let me see, mirrored. Mirrored. Okay, so we can go back here and we can remove this. We can do const contract type. Now we got to row.get value, contract type as string. So we can do const class gonna be equal to contract type class. We get in the contract type. Otherwise we can return this. We can return this as other, so not like this, but otherwise we can just return do like this. Contract type class gonna be others. Okay, so inside this badge can give a class name. It's gonna be cn, I have rounded medium, I have characters, and inside we can take in the contract type. Okay, so let's remove this word contract because our backend is returning just like this. Okay, look good. We can do similar thing to this colors for this. For the overall score, we can just first of all let's make this button as a ghost and ghost. So let's save square ghost, and also we can go inside of this score. Inside of this we can do one thing, we can give it a class name, rounded medium, save, and we can do variant. For variant we can do squares like this, then boom boom, square equal to maybe 75. Can do succeed, but of course we don't have this. Another one for success. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna leave it like this for now. Yeah, so this is the table. Can do the same thing for this one on top. Give it the variant of ghost. Alright, so this is our table. Can go after this contract, this one, we can add another one. This one gonna be ID, create actions. Gonna go and say the law, get the law, and opens contract with the law.original. Can return something, so we can get the drop down menu and also drop down menu trigger, and we can pass it as child. Inside here we're gonna have a button, I'll give it a variant of ghost and the class name of size 8, adding a 0, and inside of this button we have a span. This is not gonna be visible, so we're gonna be CN only. You open menu, and and after this span you can have more horizontal icon. Okay, yeah, we have this, and we can give this a class name size of 4, and after this button we can have after this drop down menu trigger you can get drop down menu content. Let's import this from drop down menu. And here we're gonna have drop down menu item. From drop down menu. Here we have a link, next string, which will take us to the href dashboard. Dashboard contract. Okay, just dashboard, then contract, just contract, and the ID. Okay, so here I can do view details. We have this view details. And after this item you can add another one, but we're gonna add an alert dialog. We have this alert dialog now. That means separate let's go to UI chassis. Okay. You can add a dialog, and you can add a dialog trigger. Inside of this we're gonna have drop down menu item. Okay, so inside of this we're gonna have address, have this, gonna create git contract, and you can have on select, can call event and a dot prevent default. Okay, after this menu item and after this menu trigger we can render our content, so add dialog content. Okay, fine. So let's go ahead and implement this page. So dashboard contract. So let's go ahead and implement this page. Let's go inside of our app, private, inside of dashboard. You can add a new folder called contract, and you can add an ID. Inside of this, you can get the page T6. Okay, so you can export default function contract page, and this is what we have. Here we can go ahead and render our contract, but I think I can create another one. So let me add a new folder inside here for components, and I can call this contract results.tsx and add interface contract props. I'm gonna have the contract ID, which is and I'm gonna export default function, right? Gonna return div, and now you can render it inside of here. So you can remove this and just return contract results. But we need to pass in the results, so we can do one thing. We can get the params, so interface contract, and we have the params, and inside the params we can get the ID is equals to string. So here I can go ahead and extract this. You can get the ID, extract ID equals the ID. You can go back to this. You can add another method, so you can call it export const get contract by ID, and we await gonna be async, async request, and gonna have the ID const ID. We're gonna get it from params, so request the params, and get the user const user, get the user, and we need to validate the ID. So if the ID we got is not correct, we can render the okay. So what you can do about this, we can go inside of our SRC. You can add another folder called utils, and we can call this file MongoDB.ts, and it's gonna be simple. Just gonna be export function. Function is valid Mongo ID, have the ID, and it's gonna return a boolean true or false. A boolean. I'm gonna return mongoose dot types reject is valid. Alright, so we can go back to our controller and we can say, we can do if it's not valid, is valid mongo ID, passing the ID. You can return an error, so return invalid contract ID. You can try catch. So how do we want to fetch this? We want to cache, so we want to put check our Redis database. So we can do cached contract goes to await Redis dot get, and we're gonna give it this key. So we're gonna be contract, and we're gonna have the ID. So if we have cached data, we're gonna return this. Okay, so we can do return s.json cached contracts. Alright, so if not in cache, we're gonna get from database. So const contract, we're gonna go to await contract analysis, and we're gonna find one is taking the underscore ID equals the ID, also the user ID equals the user ID. So if there is no contract, we're gonna return response contract not found. And when we get the results from database, you can save them inside of our Redis. So for the second time when the user refresh, it will be fast. So const results, cache the results for future request. You can do await Redis dot set contract ID. Also I'm gonna export this, so we can do what's the command for this? Ex for 1 hour. Okay, so we can now return the results. For the cache, we can do so the error, return the error. We can go inside of our contracts, clouds, can paste this down, and can get the contract, also the ID, and authenticate, get contract by ID. Okay, so let's close these. Okay, good. The interface, so interface contract. We're gonna get the ID. Contract ID is gonna be a string, and we can pass it in here. Contract ID is gonna take in the props. We can fetch the user. We can check if there is a user. So we can do const user. Goes to use current user. Let's import that. And we can do one thing. We can set in bring in those states so you can check the results, and also the contract analysis results, setting this state. I think you can go ahead and use that stand, but for now I'm gonna do this, and later on I can come back and update this. So you can do const fetch contract analysis, gonna be a string. I'm gonna take in the ID of string, and inside of this I'm gonna do a try catch. I'm gonna set loading to be true. I'm gonna come back to this and update it. Const response is gonna be equal to await API dot get, and gonna goes to contract slash contract single contract, and we're gonna give in the ID. Here we can do set analysis to respond to the data, and we can set the error to false, and inside of this we can do console.log error, and you can set the error to true. Okay, and finally you can set the loading to false, and we can go ahead and code this in a use effect. So here on top you can do use effect, and you can go ahead and code it inside. So if user fetch this, and you can go ahead and check if this is getting user, so it's not logged in. We're getting 401 unauthorized. Let's log in. This is our contracts. Let me select one and go to this. Okay, so the next time when I make request to this, it's gonna fetch this inside of my Redis. So this is the one we get now. Okay, so to know it, the next time it's gonna just fetch all of that. It's gonna check this one selected. You can go back to this, close this out, and yeah, and finally we can go ahead and check if we have the result. So if error, there's an error, or there's no analysis result, we can return not found. Nextjs navigation. Okay, let's console log this. So console.log result, console.log response data, and 44 not found. Okay. Okay, we got this. We can render it. me save this again. Okay, yeah, I can go ahead and inside of this we can render the component we created earlier. So contract results, no, not this, can do what did we call it, contract analysis results, and here taking the contract ID. Contract ID is gonna go to contract ID. Analysis results is gonna be analysis results, and is active to true for now. And yeah, so as you can see, now we have the results. Okay, you can check anyone you want, any contract, and it's gonna give us results. And go to this one, we have it, but this one it failed. These are the first one we tried and they failed. So yep, perfect. And this, what is it saying? No, it's not the same to contract analysis. Well, we have and find, or we can just, we can do this. This we can make it by default. Let me see. Can do. Okay, for now this is this as well. And so the next thing you're gonna do is you're gonna protect this page, and you're gonna also add payments. You wanna add payments and management of payments, protecting disallowed. And yeah, so I will see you guys in the next part. I think this is gonna be all for this first part, and next part I'm gonna add payments. So thank you for watching, and I hope to see you. Bye.